Chapter 48-52. After a short period of dead silence, all kinds of shocked cries rang out in the entire void like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. What? Was this another supreme of the ancients descending upon the world? Counting the 7 gorgeous maids of the Sky River Star Master, the Demon Lord and the black-robed desolate supremacy of the remnant army, and this Emperor Seal Thunder Spirit, there are now 10 powerful desolate supremacies in the Magic Hall. And this is the result without counting the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian. It's really heaven-defying to be able to enter the desolate supremacy realm by devouring thunder. It's simply unheard of. After today, the power of my Magic Hall will be unprecedented. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Dao Alliance will all be shocked because of this show. Stabilize your realm. As cries of surprise sounded out from the surroundings, Yi Xian warned the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. With a wave of his hand, he instantly absorbed the Thunder Emperor's seal into his body. Boom! Rumble! Kacha! Soon, the second loud cracking sound came from the sky above. There were a total of 7 bolts which were thicker than the previous one, and they instantly rushed over. Shio! Shio, shio, shio. It had already been agreed that the 7 gorgeous cultivators would resist the second wave of thunder tribulation themselves, and use this to temper their divine soul and baptize their bodies. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian's reminder when the second wave of 7 gigantic purple-gold lightning struck down. After Corpse Ancestor Hanba and the other 7 beautiful cultivators let out a cry, a cold light flashed in their eyes. They instantly leaped up and each of them charged towards a gigantic purple-gold tribulation lightning bolt that struck down. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 7 people were already enveloped by giant purple-gold lightning bolts. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators disappeared in an instant. The purple-gold tribulation lightning that struck down turned into 7 majestic lightning seas, raging endlessly in the void in front of them. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat again. Yu He was the black-robed desolate supremacy of the remnant army. He had just experienced such a desolate supremacy lightning tribulation not long ago, and its power was far inferior to this one. This time, the 7 desolate supremacy tribulations descended at the same time, stacking together. Its power was imaginable. In his opinion, it was a little too dangerous for the 7 gorgeous cultivators to face such a terrifying lightning tribulation right after breaking through. He had clearly underestimated the 7 great alluring cultivators. After all, we are powerhouses who have existed since the beginning of the desolate era. This time, we have been reborn with even more opportunities. Our foundation is definitely not something that ordinary starry sky powerhouses can compare to. Boom! Rumble. In the sky, lightning was wreaking havoc. The 7 vast sea of lightning had always existed, constantly emitting world-shaking rumbling sounds, causing people to raise their eyebrows and shake their souls. All of this lasted for about 10 breaths. After a few breaths, everything returned to normal. The power of the 7 lightning seas was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into thin air. Looking over, 7 figures were standing proudly in the void where the 7 majestic lightning seas had dissipated. Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Ancestor Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Lady of Lightning, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Zixia. These 7 gorgeous cultivators of the desolate era, whose names shook the entire desolate era, had unexpectedly fallen in their previous lives. In this life, they had finally climbed to a new height, reaching the desolate supremacy realm that they had never reached in their previous lives. The wave of lightning tribulation just now was of great significance to them. It meant that everything from their previous lives was gone, and this new life had completely descended at this moment. Almost subconsciously, the 7 gorgeous cultivators who had experienced the wave of lightning tribulation turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. Their eyes were suffused with a faint mist, and their noses were slightly red. All right. Now is not the time to be emotional. The last wave of lightning tribulation is the true test. Its power is originally the strongest. Looking over, his gaze met the eyes of the 7 girls. A hint of warmth flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and then he reminded them, "In addition, all of you broke through at the same time, the 7 desolate supremacy tribulations stacked together. Even if I help share the burden, you still have to be careful." Boom! Rumble! Crack! Just as he finished speaking, the last wave of tribulation lightning struck down. Its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purplish gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving people the feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. Right? At this moment, Yi Xian was still unmoved. He curled his lips and waved his hand to Rap Corp's ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 beautiful cultivators behind him. Then, his figure swayed and he directly charged towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that enveloped the endless void above his head. Screech! Swish, swish, swish. Under the agitation of his emotions, he, who was in the form of a violent ape, let out a long howl. He did not dodge, but instead, his figure shot out amidst the howl and faced it head-on. In the blink of an eye, he brought along the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corp's ancestor, and entered the terrifying tribulation lightning. The entire place was completely submerged. Rumble! This scene was too shocking. Within the incomparably vast purplish gold tribulation cloud, terrifying explosions continued without end. The vast expanse of space within a radius of billions of kilometers was completely enveloped by the sea of purplish gold lightning, turning into a vast and endless sea of lightning. This scene was countless times more terrifying than the 7 seas of lightning that appeared in the second wave of tribulation lightning. Those 7 seas of lightning were only tens of millions of kilometers in diameter. But now, this sea of purplish gold lightning that had merged into one was billions of kilometers in size. The difference in power could be imagined. At the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun in the distance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall who had witnessed all of this with their own eyes had turned pale with fright, and their bodies were trembling slightly. At this moment, even though they were extremely confident in Yi Xian, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Boom! Amidst the rumbling of thunder. It was as if the entire river of stars was trembling violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Everything was a ghastly sight. This wave of tribulation lightning raged for dozens of breaths before the vast sea of lightning above their heads finally disappeared completely. In the next instant, the vast expanse of space within a radius of billions of kilometers was cleared. Swish, swish, swish. A series of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In the next instant, Yi Xian walked out from the void high up in the sky. Behind him, Corp's ancestor, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 beautiful cultivators followed closely behind. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was much stronger and more condensed than before. Huff! A gust of wind blew over, and in the void above their heads, the boundless tribulation cloud that had enveloped the endless starry sky had disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for the upper echelons of the devil halls at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, they were stunned for a moment before their bodies shook violently. Incomparable joy and excitement appeared on their faces as they raised their arms and cheered thunderously. From this moment onwards, the number of Supreme Ancients in the Magic Hall had reached a total of 10 Supreme Ancients. Even the Heaven's Legacy clan and the newly established Heavenly Tao Alliance probably didn't have so many Supreme Ancients. At least for now, they definitely didn't. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4853. Hong, hong, long, long. Amidst the dull sounds of thunder, the clouds above the void space dissipated faster than they came. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Immediately afterward, from the periphery of the rising sun forbidden land in front of them, there were immediately figures. Amidst the thunderous cheers, they shot toward the side, revealing endless excitement. These figures included Green Ox, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Zhao Dong, Chen Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. There were more than 20 emperors of the Sangji tribe, as well as representatives of the captive council, such as Three-Clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang. There were also the Blood Dragon Patriarch, the Green Rock Patriarch, the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Hairy Turtle, the Six-Headed Blood Dragon, and the 9 ferocious beast almighties of the captive army. Of course, the Sky River sector's Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Devil King Mo Wentian, the Demon King's Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan's Patriarch Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Monarch, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other higher-ups of the smaller factions and clans were also present. All of them were present. There were also the black-robed Huang Zun of the Alliance of the Survivors, the 3 supreme beings of the Survivors, and other supreme beings of the Magic Hall. As for the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, they couldn't miss such a lively celebration. Today was definitely a day worthy of celebration for the Magic Hall, and it might even go down in history. First, the Alliance of the Survivors of the Sky River Legion arrived and joined the Magic Hall. Then, among the supreme beings of the Magic Hall, 8 supreme beings of the primordial era were born. They were the Emperor's Seal, the Thunder Spirit, and the 7 alluring cultivators. All of this would definitely spread out as soon as possible, which would shock the Heavenly Legacy Clan, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the other small races and powers in the void space of this fragment of the universe. After a lively celebration, the supreme beings of the Magic Hall all followed Yi Xian back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The division of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall was still going on, and the supreme beings of the Magic Hall quickly dispersed. After the division of the 6 legions, Naples, Mosquito Butcher, and the other supreme beings of the primordial era immediately entered seclusion to improve their power levels as quickly as possible. And Yi Xian returned with the 7 alluring cultivators. The 3 girls and the 7 beautiful cultivators quickly started chatting. The 10 girls chattered non-stop with incomparable excitement, causing Yi Xian's head to hurt. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and bitterly smile, temporarily avoiding them. The 10 girls had just gathered together, so they couldn't help but be excited. However, according to Yi Xian's intentions, they would at most be together for 2 or 3 days. After that, the 7 alluring cultivators went into seclusion again to stabilize Huang Zun's cultivation level. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru stayed in the Immortals Cave Star to cultivate and improve their power levels as quickly as possible. Everything that happened in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land spread throughout the void of the Untainted Land in just a few days. The small clans and forces scattered everywhere were shocked and kept quiet out of fear. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Way Alliance, which had formed a tripartite balance with the Magic Hall in the void of the Untainted Land fragment, had different reactions. There was no reaction from the Tianji clan. Di might have some countermeasures, but it was impossible for the outside world to know. The characteristics of the Tianji clan made it impossible for non-clan experts to infiltrate. Of course, this iron law had been broken before. Yi Xian had once snuck into the headquarters of the Heavenly Fate Clan as a member of the Heavenly Fate Clan and even became the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate Clan. This became a disgrace to the Tianji clan. Since then, it was even more difficult to infiltrate. However, the Heavenly Way Alliance reacted. As soon as the news spread, the higher-ups of the 3 major forces of the Heavenly Way Alliance gathered together for an emergency meeting. In the central area of the Human Clan Federation, there were dozens of figures in the Federation's headquarters hall, which was located on the peak of a giant life star. This emergency meeting was still held in the Human Federation. At this time, the figures in the hall were all the primordial ancient beings of the Human Federation. There were more than 40 of them, including D-Air, who had just broken through to Huang Zun's realm not long ago. As for the other 6 ancient Baron Venerables of the Human Federation, they did not show up this time. Other than D-Air, the Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian of the Sky Palace and Qi Xiaohong of the Temple of Glory also sat in a corner. In the other 2 directions, there were 4 or 5 figures. In the left corner, there were 4 figures who looked like humans, but there was a thick, ferocious beast aura in their bodies. Obviously, their current human form was just a disguise. These 4 figures were the 4 primordial ancient beings from the Alliance of 10,000 races. The Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime came from the 4 great races of the slave races of the First Universe. As for the cultivation strength, they were all at the middle stage of the Remote Ancient Supreme. The weakest was at the 4th stage of the Remote Ancient Realm, and the strongest was at the 6th stage of the Remote Ancient Realm. Of course, the 4 of them were now the elders of the Heavenly Way Alliance. The 5 figures on the right also looked like humans, but the aura in their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of ferocious beasts, and it was very thick. These 5 were the 5 ancient Baron Venerables from the Star Alliance. The Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Roc, and the Blood-Devouring Lion. Their cultivation level was not weak, and they were all primordial ancient beings. The weakest was level 7 Baron Venerables. These 9 ancient Baron Venerables had received the shocking news about the Magic Hall from the scout fleet. They immediately set off and rushed over through the wormhole built by the 3 great alliances. Now, as the meeting began, the faces of the dozens of Heavenly Way Alliance's higher-ups in the hall were not looking good. There was fear and solemnity in their gloomy expressions. For a moment, no one was the first to speak. Sigh! After a long time, Dier suddenly sighed faintly. He turned his head and looked at the Heavenly Way Alliance's higher-ups in the hall. He paused for a moment, then said, "I didn't expect that in such a short time. The situation would change so drastically. In just one night, 8 powerful primordial ancient beings appeared in the Magic Hall. And with the addition of the black-robed Baron Venerables from the Survivors Alliance, it is equivalent to an increase of 9 Baron Venerables. In the Forbidden Area, there are already 10 Baron Venerables. Whether it is the Tianji clan or our Heavenly Way Alliance, there are only a dozen Baron Venerables at most. In the blink of an eye, our suppression of the Magic Hall disappeared in an instant. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book, Chapter 4854. As soon as Dier finished speaking, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the main hall looked at each other helplessly. There was even a hint of unwillingness in their eyes, but no one made a sound. Previously, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation had merged to form the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Although the main purpose was to unite the strong and fight against the Tianji clan and the Demon Palace, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had been formed. However, in reality, all of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were well aware that after the Heavenly Tao Alliance was established, as long as the Heavenly Tao Alliance didn't provoke them, they didn't plan on initiating a war with the Heavenly Tao Alliance. This was because compared to the Tianji clan, they felt that it would be easier to bully the Magic Hall. Before this, the Magic Hall was nominally guarded by 2 Desolate Supremes, who were the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Heavenly River Star Yixian. However, ever since the battle between the 5 alliances and the Magic Hall 2 years ago, the Master of the Heavenly River Star Yixian had suddenly disappeared. Even when his 7 beautiful maids and the demonic dragon were trapped in the Star Alliance, he did not appear. In the end, the Master of the Magic Hall had appeared and resolved the crisis. From this point alone, it could be seen that the Master of the Heavenly River Star Yixian was most likely tied up by something and could not leave in a short period of time. This was obviously the best time to overturn the Magic Hall. After all, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Even if he was not at the level of the Master of the Magic Hall, he was probably not too far away. If they waited until the Master of the Heavenly River Star Yixian returned and then made a move on the Magic Hall, the difficulty would suddenly increase by more than 30%. Therefore, when the Heavenly Tao Alliance was formed, the higher-ups of the 3 alliances all had the idea of sending troops to the Magic Hall soon. Yixian, the Milky Way Star Master, had not returned. In the entire Magic Hall, there was only the Master of the Magic Hall. Although his battle prowess was heaven-defying and he could fight against the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Roc, the Scarlet Unicorn, and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile at the same time, it was only natural that Yixian was the Master of the Magic Hall. However, in the current Heavenly Law Alliance, including the 9 Desolate Supremes from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Tribes Alliance, the total number of Primordial Supremes had reached 16. The Human Clan Federation alone had 7 of them. As for the powerful beings below Huang Zun, the only ones in the entire Magic Hall were the Starry Sky Hairy Turtle and the Starry Sky Porcupine that had just returned. Even if one were to include the 9 Black Dragons that were left behind in the Magic Hall by Sky River Star Yixian, as well as him. As for the 7 great alluring maidservants, there were only a dozen of them, and they were also unable to compare to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Under such circumstances, all of the Desolate Supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance did not need to be mobilized. In a sudden attack, there was at least an 80% chance that they would be able to suppress the master of the Magic Hall in a short period of time. Without him, the so-called Magic Hall would be nothing more than a joke. As such, the Heavenly Law Alliance would be able to take over the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun in the shortest amount of time. At that time, even if Sky River Star Master Yi Xian were to return, he would not be able to cause too much of a commotion. If he really dared to provoke them, they would just suppress him as well. Because of this, when the Heavenly Law Alliance was first established, the Desolate Supremes of the three great alliances already had the idea of taking action against the Master of the Magic Hall. Unfortunately, before this idea could be put into practice, in just one night, the situation had once again undergone a huge reversal. Currently, there were at least 10 Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall. Although they were still far from the Heavenly Law Alliance, at least they had the qualifications to fight a bloody battle with the Heavenly Law Alliance. Although the 7 great alluring maidservants who had broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm this time were only first-stage Desolate Supremes, including the black-robed Desolate Supremes of the Survivors Alliance, they were also first-stage Desolate Supremes. However, first-stage Desolate Supremes were still Desolate Supremes. Once they stepped into this level, it would not be easy to kill them. As such, if the Heavenly Law Alliance were to launch a war against the Magic Hall, although the Heavenly Law Alliance would still be the final victor, the price they would have to pay would definitely not be small. After all, the Master of the Magic Hall had heaven-defying battle strength. Furthermore, he had the Farmer God Cauldron left behind by the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian. The 9-colored sea of flames within the cauldron was extremely powerful. Furthermore, among the 9 new Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall, the Emperor Seal Lightning Spirit that had entered the Desolate Supremacy realm by devouring lightning was also an extremely troublesome existence. As such, once the war started, it would definitely be a bloody battle. More importantly, as there were now 10 Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall, if the Heavenly Law Alliance were to really start a war with the Magic Hall, this war would definitely last for a long time. At that time, if the Tianji clan took the opportunity to launch an attack, the Heavenly Law Alliance would be attacked from both sides. After all, the star sector where the Human Federation was located was only 100 billion miles away from the Tianji clan's base camp. This distance was really too dangerous. Regarding this point, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance were all well aware of it. As such, everyone's expression was not very good. They had so easily missed the opportunity to attack and even destroy the Magic Hall. In their opinion, the loss was too great. Unfortunately, even if they were unwilling, reality was reality. Since the situation had changed, they had no choice but to make corresponding adjustments to how they should deal with it. As for the Magic Hall, for the time being, there is no way we can make a move. Thinking of this, Dier briefly muttered to himself. Then, a light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the hall. After a short pause, he continued, comparatively speaking, the threat from the Tianji clan is actually greater. Forget about the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races, but the base camp of the Human Federation Star Sector is only 100 billion miles away from the Tianji clan's base camp. Not long ago, D sent an army to harass us. They have been eyeing the vast star sector that the Human Federation occupies for a long time. Although they have temporarily retreated, with D's temperament and style, I'm afraid that a second war will descend very soon. As such, once the Heavenly Law Alliance is forced to fight and engage in an all-out war with the Tianji clan, the Magic Hall will most likely take advantage of this opportunity to attack. When that time comes, we will definitely be attacked from both sides, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. As such, the best solution is to pull the Magic Hall into this war. Immediately give the order to leave behind a fleet of envoys and head to the Magic Hall. In the name of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance, we will invite the Master of the Magic Hall to come and discuss the matter of attacking the Tianji clan together. As such, if he agrees, not only will the crisis of the Heavenly Law Alliance be temporarily resolved, we will also be able to use this opportunity to divert the hatred and anger of the Tianji clan to the Magic Hall. Once this succeeds, with Di's temperament, he will most likely lead the entire Tianji clan to attack the Magic Hall first. If this happens, the Heavenly Law Alliance can definitely make a move in the dark and take advantage of the Tianji clan's disturbance of the Magic Hall to destroy them in one fell swoop. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4855. As soon as D-Air finished speaking, a wave of whispers rang out in the hall. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were obviously interested in his suggestion. After a short private discussion, everyone expressed their opinions and unanimously approved of D-Air's suggestion to immediately send a fleet of envoys to the Magic Hall. They would invite the Master of the Magic Hall to come and discuss the plan to suppress the Celestial Clan. 7 days later, at the Forbidden Land of Rising where the Magic Hall was located, boom, boom, boom. In the void of space outside the Forbidden Land, a fleet was approaching. There were not many ships in this fleet, only 10,000 of them. However, all of them were superpowered star fortresses that were millions of meters in size. Each of them was as large as a small meteor. This fleet was the Heavenly Tao Alliance's envoys that had sailed out from the Human Federation star region. There were 2 primordial beings in the fleet. One was a human, and the other was an elder of the Federation who had the bloodline of a feral. They were from the Temple of Glory. With the current relationship between the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall, this fleet naturally did not dare to directly enter the Forbidden Land of Rising. When they were still a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising, they stopped. In fact, when they were still 10 billion miles away, an army of feral beasts had already rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Rising. The higher-up of the Magic Hall who was on duty now was the primordial porcupine. When this guy heard that there was an army of superpowered star fortresses in the void of space outside the Forbidden Land, he immediately rushed out with an army of 10 million feral beasts. At the same time, he woke up the primordial turtle and asked him to ask for the help of Desolate Sovereign who had just joined in. "Hey, the fleet in front. What are you doing here?" After rushing out of the Forbidden Land, the primordial porcupine immediately revealed his bloodline true form. He turned into a giant black pig that was more than 10 million feet tall. He stood in the void and glanced at the army of star fortresses that had stopped abruptly in the void of space a few 100 million miles away. He shouted loudly, "Where are the higher-ups of the fleet? Why don't you come out and greet me when you see me? Are you trying to force me to go crazy?" Poof. PFFF. These words were really infuriating. Not only did he call himself Grandpa, he even added the word pig in front of it. Wasn't he scolding himself as a pig? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 Heavenly Law Alliance's almighty experts, who were leading the fleet, were so infuriated that they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned green as they walked out of the flagship and came to the front of the fleet. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he briefly explained the reason why the Heavenly Tao Alliance had invited the Master of the Magic Hall over to discuss their plan to suppress the Heavenly Fate race. Then, he immediately requested to meet with the Master of the Magic Hall. *T. Do you think any random Tom, Dick, or Harry can meet that guy? Upon hearing the other party's intentions, the primordial porcupine immediately rolled its eyes and roared. "What's more, your Heavenly Tao Alliance was having a good time with the Heaven's Legacy race. Yet you suddenly want to pull our Magic Hall into your alliance? You clearly have ill intentions and are too sinister. You must be punished for your actions. Men, take these 10,000 superstar fortresses. It's fine if none of them resist. Throw them into the captive army. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy." Roar, roar, screech. Just as the primordial porcupine finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar and furious roar came from behind. An army of 10 million ferocious beasts rushed out. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts that were brought along by the primordial porcupine were obviously the elites of the 10,000 evil army. With 10 million of them surrounding 10,000 superstar fortresses, the result was obvious. Damned dark-skinned old boar, are you crazy? Even when 2 armies are at war, they don't kill the envoys. What's more, we are only here to invite the Master of the Magic Hall on behalf of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's higher-ups. Seeing this scene, the 2 almighty figures of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the fleet of star fortresses were instantly enraged. Their hearts were about to burst into flames, but they could only suppress their anger and try to persuade them. Lord Demon Master said that the Magic Hall has nothing to say to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At this moment, A cold voice sounded. The primordial tortoise led the black-robed, desolate sovereign of the remnant army to descend. A cold light flashed in the latter's eyes, and he immediately slapped out with his palm. So, when I see you bastards from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, I'll just kill them. That's right, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. Bang! Bang! This was the attack of the old monster desolate sovereign. Even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away, the two almighty figures from the Heavenly Tao Alliance had no chance of escaping. Caught off guard, their bodies were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Before they could spread out, the primordial tortoise and primordial porcupine rushed forward and divided them up on the spot. Everything that happened next was as expected. The two almighty figures of the battleship were slapped to death. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the 10,000 superstar fortresses did not dare to resist at all. They were directly captured and brought back to the forbidden land of Rising Sun. The Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Human Federation. It had been 12 days since the fleet of star fortresses that had been sent to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to invite the master of the Magic Hall to leave. During these 12 days, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had never left the hall. They were secretly discussing the various details of the upcoming war with the Heavenly Tao clan. At their level, even if they did not sleep for several years, they would not be affected at all, let alone a short half a month. At this moment, the news came, and all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the hall were stunned. After a short moment of silence, they all subconsciously turned their heads and looked at D-Air. At this moment, D-Air's face had already turned purple, and his body was slightly trembling. He was so angry that he slammed the table in front of him and said furiously, "Master of the Magic Hall, you've gone too far." At the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the Magic Hall was located now, it had been 17 days since the fleet of star fortresses from the Heavenly Tao Alliance had arrived and been captured. When the news reached the Heavenly Tao Alliance, D-Air flew into a rage out of humiliation. In order to give the higher-ups an explanation and make himself feel better, he immediately mobilized the entire Heaven's Legacy race to the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. Roar, screech, boom, rumble. In front of the void, more than 100 million mechanical beasts from the Machinery clan were rumbling toward them. When they were still a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land, all of them suddenly raised their heads and roared angrily. Immediately after, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire void. During this time, it was accompanied by the sound of mechanical grinding that was so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. More than 100 million mechanical clansmen of different sizes and shapes, but they all looked similar to various kinds of ferocious beasts in space. In an instant, they began to transform, as the transformation of their appearances rapidly unfolded. The mechanical clansmen of different sizes also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and rapidly merged together. This scene was like the fusion of Transformers. The different numbers of members of the Machine Clan had fused into one in just a few breaths. Some had 3 to 5 members of the Machine Clan, while some had even more. The largest number had dozens of members of the Machine Clan fusing into one. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4856. Boom! Rumble. An earth-shattering roar resounded. As the fusion unfolded, the original 100 million automaton clansmen turned into 10 million in the blink of an eye. Although their numbers were reduced by 90%, the 10 million automaton clansmen that appeared were not only larger in size, almost exceeding the size of an ordinary star, but their forms had also changed. Although they were still space beasts, they were more ferocious. And although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of automaton clansmen, they were a single entity. There was no trace of fusion or splicing, as if they were born this way. After the fusion, basically every one of them would possess the bloodline characteristics of various astral beasts. This meant that their defensive and offensive abilities would also be more diverse and powerful. They might even possess the characteristics of some special astral beasts such as the Zerg. Their cultivation strength would instantly soar by a large margin. Previously, when there were 100 million of them, The weakest among these automaton clansmen were sector lords. But now, after the fusion, among the 10 million automaton battle beasts, the weakest among them were already immortal immortals. Ordinary undying. But this was clearly only the first fusion. Everything wasn't over yet. Such a big movement immediately alarmed the patrol fleet at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun. These patrol fleets left some to monitor, while the rest rushed into the forbidden land, immediately reporting the situation outside the forbidden land. Roar! When the news came, in the cave star where Yixin was guarding, a shocking roar immediately came out. At this time, the 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanwu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who had just completed their breakthrough, had already entered seclusion. His figure rushed out of the cave star alone. When he looked up, he saw the immemorial turtle and the immemorial porcupine, as well as the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. As for the other Magic Hall upper echelons, such as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Naples, Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Patriarch Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small idol forces and family upper echelons. As for the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Chen Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the captive army, the 9 ancient mighty figures from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they all entered seclusion. Dier is here? That's perfect. I was just about to look for him. Turning his head to look at the primordial porcupine, primordial hairy tortoise, and the black-robed desolate sovereign, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he spoke. He waved his hand and shot forward. The 3 of them didn't dare to tarry. They cried out and followed closely behind. Following that, an enormous fleet of battleships set off, numbering more than 100 million. Even if they weren't needed on the battlefield, how could the master of the Magic Hall not show up? This is how it should be. Boom! Rumble! When Yixin rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, hundreds of millions of miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out again like a tide, enveloping the entire void. The second fusion of the automaton army had begun. In an instant, the space was filled with the sound of machines grinding together so densely that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 10 million machine race clansmen that had just finished fusing began to gather in groups of 2s and 3s. Gather and fuse with each other. Just like the previous time, all of this was completed within a short span of 3 breaths. The 10 million plus automaton battle beasts that had undergone the first fusion were now reduced by 90%. Leaving only a little over 1 million. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. Now, the smallest of them was almost the size of an undying star, just like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts and had the characteristics of many types of beasts. As for their cultivation level, the weakest of them was already an emperor-level undying. Among them, the strongest of them had the cultivation level of a universe supreme, and there were quite a number of them, more than 1,000 of them. However, this wasn't the end. Boom! Rumble. In the void, the earth-shattering rumbles were heard again, and the hair-raising sounds of machines breaking in could be heard. The 1 million plus automaton battle beasts, like the previous 2 times, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and merged. The third fusion took slightly longer, but it only lasted for a dozen breaths of time. In the blink of an eye, the original 1 million plus mecha battle beasts that had undergone the second fusion had been reduced by 90%, leaving only a few 100,000 mecha battle beasts. However, every single one of them was extremely huge, close to 100 million miles in size. They were all different kinds of space beasts, but they were extremely ferocious. With one look, they were like prehistoric beasts, and it was a ghastly sight. Besides, after the third fusion, the weakest automaton battle beasts had become an emperor-level undying, among which the strongest being had become a desolate era great being, and there were quite a number of them, more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts of emperor level and above, and more than 100 desolate era great beings. This level of power was absolutely shocking, and any being below the level of a desolate master couldn't help but be shocked. However, this was only the third time they had fused with each other. In just half an instance's time, the 100 million automaton battle beasts that rushed out from the huge space wormhole had rapidly completed the third fusion. The original 100 million plus automaton battle beasts, after the third fusion, the number was reduced to a few hundred thousand. Although the number was reduced, their battle strength had greatly increased, and they became more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts of Emperor level and above. Among them, there were more than 100 Desolate-era great beings. Such a scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. If the fourth fusion was completed, according to the pattern of the previous three, the 100,000 automaton battle beasts would be reduced by another 90%, leaving only a few hundred thousand. It didn't sound like a lot, but the automaton battle beasts that completed the fourth fusion, just in terms of size, would be comparable to a huge star. As for the cultivation level, even the weakest would be at the Universe Knight level, and the strongest, theoretically speaking, would be at the level of a Desolate Master, and there should be more than a dozen of them, 10,000 automaton battle beasts, all of which were at the level of a Universe Knight, and there were at least a dozen of them at the level of a Desolate Master. Overall, although the number wasn't much, it was definitely a terrifying automaton battle beast army. Unstoppable. However, whether or not the fourth fusion could be completed was still a mystery. During the battle with the Tianji clan army, this automaton army had only completed the third fusion. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, a shocking rumble resounded, and the fourth fusion finally began. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website M. Chapter 4857. Hong. Hong long long. Ka cha cha. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there was a loud rumbling sound in the space before them. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machines grinding together. The fourth fusion of the automaton army had finally begun. Previously, after 3 rounds of merging, and merging, the number of the mechanical tribe army had been reduced to a few hundred thousand. Although the number had decreased, their fighting power had increased tremendously. They had become a few hundred thousand Emperor level and above automaton battle beasts, and there were even over 100 primordial-era great beings among them. And now, as the fourth fusion began, the over 100,000 automaton beasts all at Emperor level and above gathered in groups of 3 to 5. There were more than 10 to 20 automaton battle beasts gathered in a corner of the space. They seemed to be devouring each other as they fused together. This scene was extremely shocking. After all, after the third fusion, the size of these few 100,000 automaton battle beasts was already extremely huge. Even the smallest of them was the size of a small planet, and the largest of them was the size of a giant planet. The fusion of such a huge mechanical warbeast was originally an extremely spectacular sight, but all of this happened extremely quickly. In less than half an incense stick of time, the fusion of these hundreds of thousands of mechanical warbeasts had been completed. It was completed. At this time, looking around, the original hundreds of thousands of mechanical warbeasts had been reduced to less than 10,000 in just half an incense's time. Over 10,000 was indeed not a large number, but compared to the previous automaton battle beasts, it was completely different. Just in terms of size alone, even the smallest of these 10,000 over mechanical beasts would be comparable to a gigantic planet. Their fighting power had increased tremendously. Even the weakest had reached the Universe Knight level. As for the strongest, which was the one with the largest body, they even had the aura of a Desolate Supreme, and there were quite a few of them. There were close to 20 of them. As for the primordial era great being level automaton battle beasts, there were even more of them, reaching hundreds. In less than half an hour, this automaton battle beast army under D-Air already had over 10 primordial era supreme beings and hundreds of primordial era great beings. Such a change was simply shocking. Even Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Although D-Air's automaton race had taken a completely different path from D-Yi's Tianji race, the Tianji race's army and automaton battle beasts, as well as the various types of battleships controlled by intelligent robots, were far more numerous than the automaton race. They were not even on the same level. However, the automaton race's ability to fuse machines was truly shocking. D-Air had taken the elite route. The total number of his race army was only slightly over 100 million. Once they were deployed, they were small and strong, and they could fuse with different levels at any time. The entire automaton army instantly transformed into an army of different levels of great beings. However, just like this, hundreds of supreme beings, more than a dozen desolate sovereigns, they were still no match for Yi Xian. Facing the master of the magic hall, the primordial era supreme beings were like ants. They were no different from ants. No matter how many of them there were, it was meaningless. If they really fought, only the primordial era supreme beings were qualified to fight with Yi Xian. After the fourth fusion, there were dozens of primordial era supreme beings among the 10,000-plus automaton battle beasts. However, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all primordial era supreme beings. Without exception, they were all primordial era supreme beings. Even if dozens of primordial era and primordial era supreme beings joined forces to attack the master of the magic hall, they would not have any hope of winning. They might not even be able to form an encirclement. Although they were all primordial era supreme beings, the current master of the magic hall was already a primordial era supreme. If he attacked with all his might, he might not be able to kill dozens of primordial era supreme beings in a short period of time. However, it was definitely possible to break their bones and break their tendons and destroy their internal machinery with one heavy punch after another. At that time, these dozens of desolate supreme-level automaton battle beasts would be equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. In a short period of time, they would definitely lose all their battle power. Yi Xian understood this point, but he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. If he wanted to make a move, he would have already done so before the fourth fusion began. He wouldn't have waited until now. The reason why he had been standing at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun with his arms crossed and quietly watching everything unfold was to see to what extent the automaton battle beast army under D-Air could fuse to. Of course, there was another more important reason. That was because of Yi Xian's confidence, which made him extremely confident. It was also because of the existence of this confidence. It could be said that although this battle had yet to begin, and the integration of this mechanical army under D-Air's command had yet to come to an end, their defeat was already destined from the very beginning. However, it was just that D-Air was still in the dark and did not realize it at all. However, D-Air clearly knew that the automaton battle beast army that had just completed the fourth fusion was definitely not a match for the master of the magic hall. Although there were dozens of primordial era and primordial era desolate supremes among the 10,000 over automaton battle beasts, it was only at this level of power. Even if they had a great advantage in terms of numbers, they were still unable to shake the master of the cultivation realm. Reaching the primordial era desolate supremes with unparalleled battle power, and possessing 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers, the master of the magic hall, however, this did not matter because the fourth fusion before them was not the limit of the automaton battle beast army. Even the fifth fusion that was about to begin was not the final destination. This powerful automaton army had been hidden in the hands of D-Air for tens of thousands of years. They had never appeared in the outside world and had always been hidden in an independent small space, exploring and practicing on their own. After tens of thousands of years of training, the current mech race's battle beast army had reached the limit of 6 fusions. That's right, the 6th fusion was the limit of this automaton army. At that time, although the number of automaton battle beasts after fusion would be smaller, their strength would once again soar by a large margin. It was definitely not something the current 4th fusion could compare to. Boom! Rumble? Kachacha? With excitement in his heart, D-Air immediately issued a new order. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering boom rang out once again. There was even the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding together that filled the air. Thus, the 5th fusion of the machine race army began in full swing. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4858. Hong. Hong long long. Ka-cha-cha. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumble rang out again, and the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding rang out in all directions. Filled with excitement, D-Air immediately issued a new order. The 5th fusion of the Machine Tribe army thus began in full swing. After the 4th fusion, there were only slightly more than 10,000 mechanical beasts left. Although it was not a lot, it was completely different from the mechanical beasts from before. Just in terms of size alone, even the smallest of these 10,000 over mechanical beasts would be comparable to a giant planet. As for the cultivation level, it had increased tremendously. Even the weakest of them had reached the Universe Knight level. The strongest, which was the one with the largest body, had the aura of a desolate master, and there were quite a few of them. There were close to 20 of them. Besides, there were even more primordial ancient level automaton army beasts, reaching up to hundreds of them. Right now, as the earth-shattering roar resounded through the void once again, the 10,000 over mechanical battle beasts that had completed their fourth fusion instantly gathered together again. There were at least 3 to 5 of them, and at most a dozen of them. Within a few breaths, they had merged together. As the number of fusions increased, the time taken for each fusion became longer. This meant that the difficulty level of the fusion was increasing. The fifth fusion took the time of an incense stick to burn. After 30 minutes, the original 10,000-plus automaton army beasts were reduced again. Now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 left. Just like the previous 4 fusions, after the fifth fusion, the remaining 1,000-plus automaton army beasts grew in size again. Now, even the 60 million miles long raging ape, compared to any one of these automaton army beasts, would have shrunk a little. It had slimmed down a little, which was enough to show how huge and terrifying its body was. As for the cultivation level, among the 1,000-plus automaton army beasts, the weakest one was already a universe master. Among them, there were more than a dozen primordial ancient-level automaton army beasts. Although there was not much change in terms of numbers compared to the previous fourth fusion, in fact, among the dozen or so desolate ancient realm mechanical war beasts, there were already a few rank 4 to rank 6 intermediate desolate sovereigns. The remaining 10 or so were new desolate venerable level mechanical battle beasts that had appeared after the completion of the fifth fusion. Therefore, their cultivation strength was only at the early desolate venerable level between rank 1 and rank 3. As for the primordial era experts, their numbers had been reduced by more than half. Now, there were only 100 or so left, however, this was clearly not the end. After the fifth fusion, there would be a sixth fusion. Even if Dier did not say it out loud, Yi Xian had already guessed it. After all, with just a dozen early-stage Desolate Supremes and a few middle-stage Desolate Supremes, they were still far from being a match for the Master of the Magic Hall. Hence, the sixth fusion was inevitable. Boom, rumble, kacha. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumbling sound rang out once again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding together. Dier had once again given a new order. The sixth fusion of the Machinery Clan army was immediately carried out. Unfolding in the distance, in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, it was silent. This time, as Dier led the entire Machinery Clan army to approach, the 6 major armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun had also sent 3 armies to support them. An army of warships came from the captive army. An army of battleships came from the remnant army. And finally, an army of ferocious beasts came from the all-evil army. The 3 armies were very large in size. There were more than 100 million of them. Now, they were gathered into battle formations and lined up at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Although all of them were murderous, they were orderly and disciplined. Before any orders were given, whether it was the warships, the battleships, or the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts that stood in the void of the universe with their physical bodies, none of them made any moves. They acted rashly. In front of these 3 armies, there were only a few lonely figures. In the form of a ferocious ape, Yi Xian, who was only about 10 feet tall, stood alone at the forefront. He stood with his arms crossed, and there was a look of disdain in his eyes. Behind him, there were only 3 figures, the immemorial tortoise and the immemorial porcupine, as well as the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. As for the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall, such as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Naples, Devil Emperor Mo and Tion, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small idol forces and families. As for the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Chen Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the 9 primordial great beings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans of the captive army, all of them had entered seclusion at this time. The 4 of them had a look of interest on their faces. They were firmly locked on to the Machinery Clan army that was carrying out the 6th fusion hundreds of millions of miles ahead. The previous 5th fusion took a whole incense stick's worth of time. The 6th fusion this time was obviously more difficult and required more time. It took a whole meal's worth of time before the 6th fusion was finally completed. After the completion of this fusion, there were only 108 mechanical battle beasts left. The cultivation aura emitted from their bodies indicated that the weakest one was at the first level of the primordial great beings. Among them, there were about 30 primordial great beings. Basically, all of them were at the beginning stage of the primordial great beings. There were 6 mid-stage desolate venerables from the 4th to the 6th level, as well as 6 late-stage desolate venerables from the 7th and 8th level. As for their size, needless to say, they were all so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. Even the 3 Blood Sea avatars that were 60 million miles in size could not be compared to them. They were 2 times smaller. The 6th fusion? Is this your limit? Seeing this, Yi Xian finally spoke. The eyes of the violent ape, which was only about 3 meters tall, flickered with a trace of disdain. Even the tone of his words revealed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. If it's just like this, I'm afraid it's still not enough. These 108 mechanical battle beasts with cultivation above the almighty realm, I alone am enough to suppress them. Enough? This was not an exaggeration. The current Yi Xian's cultivation was already at the 7th level of the primordial great beings. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was already at the 8th level of the desolate venerables. If he were to expand his body further, when he was 60 million miles in size, he would be able to obtain a level of support due to the majestic power of qi and blood in his body, which was the 9th level of the desolate venerables. In addition to the power of the Blood Sea Secret Techniques clones, the 3 Blood Sea clones were equivalent to 3 9th-rank perfect stage Baron Supremes. As such, the 100 over mechanical battle beasts on the other side were indeed not enough, unless they could still carry out one last time. Ultimate Fusion. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website M. Chapter 4859. 108 high-level war beasts, all of which were above the level of the primordial great beings. Among them, there were more than 30 desolate supremes, 6 middle supremes and 6 late supremes between the 7th and 8th levels. Such a faction was definitely extremely powerful. Even if they were to fight against the master of the Magic Hall who had 3 Blood Sea clones, they would still be able to fight evenly. However, if the master of the Magic Hall and Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, were to unleash their big-headed Black Club and Shinong's Cauldron, the result would be as he said. The chances of these 108 war beasts winning were extremely slim. 40%. This was definitely not the result that DR wanted to see. This time, he had led the entire mech race to approach the Magic Hall in a grand and high-profile attack. In fact, he was feeling very helpless. Previously, he was the one who suggested to send a fleet of diplomatic envoys to the Magic Hall to invite the master of the Magic Hall to discuss the grand plan against the Tianji clan. At first, he thought that the master of the Magic Hall would not give them face and would not come. At least, there would not be any losses and he would just treat it as a test. He did not expect that these people would be so cruel. Not only did they not agree, they even detained the entire diplomatic envoys and took them as captives. As for the 2 primordial great beings who led the diplomatic envoys, they were directly executed. Of the 2 primordial great beings, one was from the Tianjue Palace, and the other was from the Temple of Glory. Although it was only 2 primordial great beings who died, it was not a great loss. However, on the side of the Tianjue Palace and the Temple of Glory, DR's reputation was greatly damaged because of this. If he did not give an explanation, his right to speak in the Human Federation and even the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance would be affected because of this. Because of this, in order to redeem himself and also to give an explanation to the higher-ups of the Tianjue Palace and the Temple of Glory, DR pretended to be furious and led the entire mech race army to attack the Magic Hall. In other words, his invasion of the Magic Hall this time was just for show, and it was fine as long as he could maintain his reputation. But even if it was just for show, a real battle was unavoidable. Otherwise, if they withdrew after just a few words, the effect would be no different from running away, and they would lose even more face. Since there was going to be a great battle, in DR's opinion, it was impossible to kill or severely injure the master of the Magic Hall. It was impossible to do so with just his mechanical tribe. However, at the very least, he could not allow the other party to suppress him and cause his mechanical race to suffer losses. Therefore, in terms of battle prowess, he had to be roughly on par with the other party. But right now, he had only completed his 6th fusion. Although his combat strength was already on par with the master of the magic hall, the chances of him being crushed were still very high, more than 60%. This was also something that DR did not want to see. If a few of the huge mechanical battle beasts were destroyed, it would be a huge loss to the mechanical tribe. Therefore, after a short moment of contemplation, DR gritted his teeth and immediately made a decision. Master of the Magic Hall, don't be too proud. The sixth fusion is still not the limit of my mechanical tribe. With a cold glint in his eyes, DR turned to look at Yi Xian, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a ferocious smile. Even the next seventh fusion is not the limit either. Although the seventh fusion is not completely integrated, it is already possible to open it now. It's just that the timing is not satisfactory. If you're afraid, then we can start the battle now. This was obviously a provocation, but Yi Xian did not take it to heart at all. After hearing this, he grinned and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. The seventh fusion? If you can open it, then try to open it as soon as possible. There's no need for these useless things. Although I also want to see where the limit of your mechanical tribe is, there is a limit to my patience. If you continue to talk, I will really have to attack. DR was waiting for him to say this. When he heard this, his heart immediately relaxed. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the 108 mechanical battle beasts behind him to fuse again. Boom! Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! Following his order, in the void in front of him, an earth-shattering rumble sounded again. There was also an ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding that filled the air. The seventh fusion of the mechanical tribe army began immediately. After the completion of the sixth fusion, the number of mechanical battle beasts in the mechanical tribe army was sharply reduced to 108. Although it was so little that it made one's hair stand on end, these 108 mechanical battle beasts all had the cultivation of primordial age almighties and above. Among them, there were more than 30 true primordial age supremes, 6 mid-stage Baron Supremes from level 4 to level 6, and 6 late-stage Baron Supremes from level 7 to level 8. Now, with the start of the 7th fusion, these 108 extremely powerful mechanical battle beasts gathered together in an instant and began to fuse with each other. The 12 mid-stage and late-stage Baron Supremes were divided into 3 groups. Each time, there were only 2 late-stage Baron Supremes and 2 mid-stage Baron Supremes. In addition, there were more than 20 early-stage Baron Supremes and even more powerful mechanical battle beasts. They were also divided into 3 groups and rushed to the 3 fusion areas respectively. Looking at this situation, the fusion this time was obviously different from the previous ones. In the previous 6 fusions, the number of mechanical battle beasts only decreased by 90% each time. After the complete fusion, the number of mechanical battle beasts was about 10% of the base number before the fusion. According to this pattern, after the 7th fusion of the 108 mechanical battle beasts was completed, the number of mechanical battle beasts should be about a dozen or so. But now, there were only 3 fusion areas for the 108 mechanical battle beasts. A total of 108 mechanical battle beasts were divided into 3 groups and were rapidly fusing. Looking at this situation, once the fusion was completed, the number of mechanical battle beasts that would be left would obviously not reach the expected number of a dozen or so mechanical battle beasts. If there were no accidents, there should only be 3 mechanical battle beasts, 108 mechanical battle beasts, and all of them had the cultivation of primordial age supremes and above. After the fusion, there would only be 3 mechanical battle beasts left. Just based on this point, one could roughly guess how terrifying the final 3 mechanical battle beasts would be. Their cultivation strength. According to Yi Xian's prediction, there was an 80% chance that the 3 mechanical battle beasts' cultivation strength would reach the terrifying level 9 complete primordial age supremes. In other words, half-step heavenly way. This was definitely a big deal. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little moved. After all, even if he transformed his body size to 60 million miles, obtained the strength of the majestic qi and blood in his huge physical body, and used the Blood Sea Secret technique to enhance his cultivation strength. Using the power of the Blood Sea Secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea clones that only had the battle strength of level 9 complete primordial age supremes. In other words, if his guess was correct, the three ultimate mechanical battle beasts that were formed from the 7 fusions of the entire mechanical race army would have a terrifying battle strength that was on par with Yi Xian. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4860. Boom! Rumble. Kachacha. Following D'Air's command, an earth-shattering rumble came from the void in front of them again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machines grinding together. This was the 7th fusion of the Machine Clan army. This time, the fusion took even longer, taking a full 4 hours to complete. Perhaps it was just as D'Air had said. Although the 7th fusion could be barely completed, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of speed. If Yi Xian wanted to make a move, these 108 machine battle beasts would have been crushed by him before the fusion was completed. From this point of view, the fusion of the Machine Clan army was obviously flawed. If the fusion was completed before they entered the battlefield, there would not be any impact. Otherwise, if the fusion was carried out on the battlefield of the stars, it would definitely be a very dangerous thing to do. If there was no powerful force to protect and ensure that the fusion was carried out smoothly, the result would be very embarrassing if it was interrupted midway. This time, Yi Xian did not have this intention. He originally wanted to see what the limits of the Machine Clan were and to what extent they could reach. Now, 4 hours had passed. These 108 machine battle beasts, whose cultivation levels were all above that of the ancients, had finally completed the 7th fusion. In the cosmic void hundreds of millions of miles in front of them, other than D'Air, there were only 3 machine battle beasts left. The cultivation levels emitted from their bodies were all at the peak of the 9th order of the ancients. This was definitely a big deal. Even Yi Xian could not help but be a little moved. This was because even if Yi Xian transformed his body to a size of 60 million miles and received a level of support from the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge physical body, and used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, the 3 Blood Sea clones that could be condensed were only at the peak of the ancients. They only had the battle power of a peak of the 9th order of the Desolate Supremacy. In other words, these 3 ultimate battle beasts, which were formed from the entire mech race army after 7 fusions, now possessed a terrifying battle prowess that was on par with Yi Xian. This result made the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, Primordial Porcupine, and Primordial Hairy Tortoise behind him aghast. As for the countless experts from the 3 great Magic Hall legions at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, they had their mouths wide open. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In the distance, in the scout fleets of various forces and races, all the experts gasped as their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock, "What? The mech race's mech battle beast army can actually fuse for the 7th time?" Although it took a little longer, a full 4 hours, the fusion was successfully completed this time. Furthermore, the progress of the 7th fusion obviously surpassed the previous 6 fusions, breaking the previous pattern. After the fusion was completed, there were only 3 mechanical beasts left. Although the number was drastically reduced, the cultivation of these 3 mechanical beasts was extremely terrifying. All of them had reached the 9th stage Supreme Desolate Realm. This is simply shocking. A mechanical army with only a little more than 100 million people, after completing 7 consecutive fusions, can actually evolve into 3 peak Desolate Venerables of the great perfection of the 9th rank. This fusion ability is simply outrageous. D'Air's mechanical clan is too heaven-defying. The current master of the Magic Hall only has the cultivation of a 8th stage Desolate Supremacy. Even if we include his huge body, which is 60 million miles long, and the power of the Blood Sea secret techniques clones, he could only condense 3 3rd stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy. The battle prowess of the 3 Blood Sea clones is only at the 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy. In this way, he is basically on par with these 3 mech races' peak battle beasts. No one can do anything to the other. If that's the case, wouldn't the Heavenly Law Alliance's current strength be able to easily crush the Magic Hall? Just the mech race under D'Air is able to hold back the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall. In addition to him, although there are 9 other Desolate Supremacies in the Magic Hall, they are all just 1st stage Desolate Supremacies. However, including D'Air, there are at least 16 powerful Desolate Supremacies in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Among them, there is no lack of middle and late-stage desolate supremacies. If all of them are mobilized, even if the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, who is rumored to have the same battle prowess as the Master of the Magic Hall, returns, he will not be able to reverse the situation. The current situation is indeed so. The Heavenly Law Alliance, which is formed by the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation, is indeed the strongest existence in this eldritch world fragment. Although the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Law Alliance are said to be in a tripartite balance of power with the Heavenly Law Alliance, in an all-out war, neither the Magic Hall nor the Heavenly Law Alliance is a match for the Heavenly Law Alliance. This was only a guess before, but now, with the mech race army under D-Air showing their fangs, this guess can basically be confirmed as the truth. Sai, the master of the Magic Hall, was too conceited and missed the opportunity to form a strong alliance with the Heavenly Law Alliance. He even captured the fleet sent by the Heavenly Law Alliance and killed the 2 fleet commanders of the fleet. This kind of enmity cannot be resolved. The Heavenly Law Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest so easily. Even if it's only D-Air and the Mechanical Clan army under his command this time, and no other forces have joined in, this is at least a declaration of their position. The alliance between the Devil Palace and the Heavenly Law Alliance will never happen again. Roar! Roar! Screech! Along with the cries of the experts from the various races and forces in the distance, in the cosmic void 700 to 800 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, 3 shocking roars and howls suddenly rang out. After completing the 7th fusion, the 3 mech battle beasts, who were at the peak of the supreme primordial level 9 and half a step into the heavenly lore realm, instantly emitted a terrifying killing intent that made one's hair stand on end. Their auras even reached the void hundreds of millions of miles away. In an instant, they locked onto Yi Xian from a distance. This clearly showed that they were going to pounce out at any time and start a great battle. Bao Yuan, you are quite brave. You actually allowed my mech race to successfully complete the 7th fusion. At this time, the 7th fusion was completed. More than 100 million mech race clansmen had gathered to form 3 terrifying mech race beasts, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the supreme primordial level 9. D-Air's heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down completely. Down. Turning his head to look at Yi Xian, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately provoked, "Now, the ultimate battle beast of my race has appeared. Bao Yuan, do you dare to fight? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4861. Roar. Roar. Screech. In the universe void 7 to 800 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, 3 earth-shattering roars and howls suddenly rang out. At the same time, D-Air also turned his head to look at Yi Xian. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately provoked, "Now, my clan's ultimate battle beast has appeared, Violent Ape. Do you dare to fight?" Roar. Walala. As soon as he finished speaking, the Violent Ape had already raised its head and let out a shocking roar, followed by the strange sound of splashing water. His entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. The body of flesh and blood was the Violent Ape of Stars. The skeleton body had no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The body of the black fog was a shroud of black fog. Even the pair of eyes were merely 2 shrouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. The speed was too fast compared to the 7 fusion of the mechanical race army, which took nearly half a day. The difference was obvious. In just a short breath, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had already been condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the 8th order desolate ancient supreme realm. But in fact, the true battle strength of these 3 Blood Sea avatars, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their 60 million mile long bodies, had reached the level of a ninth-order desolate elder. Compared to the three mechanical beasts standing in the void opposite, they were not weaker at all. Roar! Just as his figure rose from the sea of blood, the violent ape raised its head and roared again. It turned its head to look at the universe void 7 to 800 million miles away, its eyes shining with a cold light, revealing a ferocious look. In terms of size, Yi Xian's three blood sea clones were only 60 million kilometers long. On the other hand, the three mech race battle beasts standing in the void 7 to 800 million miles away were all 200 million miles long. In comparison, although the three blood sea clones were not small, they were much smaller and inconspicuous. However, in terms of the ferocious aura emitted from their bodies, the three blood sea clones were even denser. The three gigantic mechanical battle beasts in the void opposite were all standing on their hind legs. One of them only had a pair of lower limbs and a pair of arms. However, there was an additional pair of gigantic wings that looked like metal mantis blades on its back. This mechanical battle beast could be considered as one of them. Since it was called a mantis-winged beast, it was obvious that it was good at speed and agility. The second mech beast had 4 thick lower limbs and 4 pairs of upper limbs, a total of 8 limbs. It looked like the fusion of a giant octopus and a giant elephant. Presumably, its strength was its forte, so it was called the claw elephant beast. As for the third giant beast, although it was also standing on its hind legs, it had 3 thick lower limbs that were extremely stable. Its upper body had countless tentacles that were extending and retracting like countless space pythons. It looked incomparably ferocious, and it must have some kind of special ability. Its ability could completely be called a star python beast. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, as the 3 blood sea clones appeared, the violent ape was the first to dash out, charging into the void on the left. In an instant, it was tens of billions of miles away. It turned around and waved at the woodwing beast of the 3 great battle beasts, its eyes filled with disdain. A look of disdain. This was clearly the rhythm of inviting the woodwing beast over to fight in this area. Realizing this, the expressions of some of the higher-ups of the scout fleets from the various clans and forces that were lurking near this area changed drastically. Like a stray dog, they immediately ordered the scout warships under their command to flee quickly. At least 20 to 30 billion miles away could be considered a safe zone. At the same time, the skeleton clone and the black fog clone also fled to the right and the right areas in front of them respectively. In the blink of an eye, their figures appeared tens of billions of miles away, each occupying a void. They turned around together and waved at the claw elephant beast and the star python beast of the 3 great mech beasts, inviting them to fight. The reason why Yi Xian rushed to such a long distance was obviously because he was worried that the upcoming earth-shattering battle would cause unnecessary impact to the forbidden land of Rising Sun, where the magic hall was located. Regarding this, Di'er obviously had no objections. This time, although he had brought the entire mech clan to the magic hall in a high-profile manner, his real purpose was only to find a place. He did not really have the intention to cause great damage to the Magic Hall army in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. With just the Mech clan army under his command, it was impossible for him to do that. Now, the 3 blood sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall had been formed and were rushing in 3 different directions. To Di'er, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Next, he only needed to let these 3 mech beasts, which were not weaker than the 3 blood sea clones, fight a great battle. Then this battle could possibly end and he could retreat. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Di'er's expression relaxed. At the first moment, he used his electronic consciousness to order these 3 incomparably huge mech beasts to immediately start the battle. Roar! Roar! Screech! Following Di'er's order, these 3 mech beasts, which had a body size of 200 million miles, immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. Then their figures swayed, and in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed toward the 3 blood sea clones without any delay. An earth-shattering battle instantly broke out. Boom! Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! Earth-shaking rumbling sounds could be heard. The aura of the 3 battlefields instantly became violent. Even the void was shattering inch by inch. The aura was too fierce. Even though they were tens of billions of li away, the commotion was still shocking. After all, this was a battle between Supreme Primordial Antiquity Stage 9 half-step Heavenly Tao Masters. The scene was shocking, and it was expected. Roar! In the void on the left, tens of billions of miles away, the violent ape let out a wild roar and punched forward. However, it did not explode on the body of the mantis-winged beast opposite it. Instead, it exploded in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from its body. Following the explosion of the violent energy of this full-powered attack, the aura within a radius of tens of billions of miles of the battleground instantly became chaotic. Even the void was shattering inch by inch. The electronic consciousness communication between D-Air and this mantis-winged beast was naturally affected. It was affected. This kind of effect was like a stable electromagnetic wave suddenly being disturbed by something, falling into temporary chaos and disconnection. And this moment was also what Yi Xian had been waiting for a long time. Almost at the same moment this punch was thrown, the violent energy exploded, causing the energy in this corner of the void to become chaotic. At the same time, a dim light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. Suddenly, a murmur that sounded like sleep talk was heard. Electronic doppelganger. Awaken and return. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4862. Back in the origin of all evil star domain in the first universe, Yi Xian had killed several young prodigies of the Tianji clan, including the former young clan leader of the Tianji clan. Those few were true members of the Tianji clan. Their physical bodies were created by themselves, and what represented their existence was merely a wisp of electronic consciousness in their physical bodies. The electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan was like the divine soul of a living creature. Of course, the electronic consciousness of the machinery clan was the same. In essence, it was no different from the Tianji clan. It was precisely because of those electronic consciousnesses that Yi Xian had been able to infiltrate the Tianji clan and become the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. Later on, he had mixed those electronic consciousnesses together and refined them using a special method. In the end, he had obtained an electronic consciousness that completely belonged to Yi Xian himself, which was his electronic doppelganger. Yi Xian had already sent that electronic doppelganger away when he was in the origin of all evil star domain. At that time, the origin of all evil star domain had undergone a great change. All the major forces and races in the three main dimensions had sent out their battleship armies to the depths of the origin of all evil star domain to split the benefits. Even D-Air's machinery clan had sent a powerful team of mechanical battle beasts to tear through the void and descend. They had eaten more than half of the rune chains of the netherworld furnace. It was at that time that Yi Xian had secretly released his electronic doppelganger. It had silently entered the body of one of the mechanical battle beasts and wiped out that mechanical battle beast's electronic consciousness without leaving a trace, replacing it. All of this had been done without anyone noticing. From then on, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger had infiltrated the machinery clan and become one of the members of the machinery clan under D-Air's command. It had to be said that D-Air was truly too conceited. He had never doubted the people under his command. In this regard, the Tianji clan leader, De, seemed to have been the same. Perhaps it was the uniqueness of the mechanical life form that gave them such confidence. At that time, De had never doubted Yi Xian, who had infiltrated the Tianji clan in the form of an electronic life form. Because of his amazing performance, De had even made him the young patriarch of the Tianji clan. This matter had later become a disgrace to the Tianji clan, and they had become a laughingstock. In this regard, D-Air obviously had the same conceit as De. Moreover, because all the members of the machinery clan under his command were confined in a mysterious and independent small space by D-Air, and had no contact with the outside world, D-Air's it was understandable that he was conceited. After all, although there were not many members of the automaton race, there were still more than 100 million of them. Naturally, he would not be so bored as to investigate every single one of them. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian's electronic avatar, which existed in the form of an electronic life form, had been hiding among the machinery clan under D-Air's command without being discovered. Previously, when D-Air brought the entire machinery race to this void fragment of the great desolate world, Yi Xian had already realized that the time for the return of his electronic clone that had been hibernating in the machinery race was about to arrive. However, because he had not fully understood the machinery clan's background, he did not act rashly. However, the fusion ability of the machinery clan had suddenly given him a bold idea, which was to abduct as many members of the machinery clan as possible when his electronic avatar returned, in the past half a day. The reason why he had not made a move and had quietly watched DR give orders time and time again for the entire machinery clan to carry out the fusion was partly because he wanted to see what the limits of this machinery clan army were. Secondly, it was to allow the electronic avatar to abduct as many members of the machinery clan as possible. The members of the machinery clan, after all, he only had one electronic avatar. If this fusion had not been carried out, the more than 100 million members of the machinery clan would have been relatively independent existences. If the electronic avatar returned under this condition, DR would not have suffered any losses. However, as the fusion was carried out time and time again, this situation immediately changed and became more and more serious. It could be said that every time a fusion was completed, DR had sunk deeper and deeper. Now, the entire machinery clan's more than 100 million members had condensed into 3 terrifying mechanical battle beasts. From Yi Xian's point of view, this should be the limit of the machinery clan army. Therefore, he decided not to wait any longer and immediately took action. The electronic avatar of the machinery clan would return. At this moment, as he blasted open the void with one punch, the energy within a radius of 10 billion miles was extremely violent and chaotic. The 3 mechanical battle beasts that had been connected to DR's electronic consciousness had also temporarily cut off their connection with DR. This time might be very short because DR would not allow this situation to persist for long. As the leader of the machinery clan, he would definitely have a way to quickly restore the broken electronic consciousness connection and restore it. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Even if it was only for a few short moments, it was already enough for Yi Xian. At this moment, as he murmured dreamily, Yi Xian's consciousness power fully extended and entered the body of the mantis-winged battle beast. Even the mind source core in his brain was doing the same. His mind power was pushed to the maximum. His divine sense and mind power rushed in at the same time and instantly fused with the wisp of electronic life consciousness that represented his electronic clone. In the end, it took less than a breath for this wisp of electronic life consciousness to completely suppress the mantis wing battle that formed it. The other electronic consciousnesses of the mantis wing battle beast were not instantly refined. To put it simply, the body of this mantis wing battle beast was originally formed by the fusion of 1/3 of the machinery clan members. The electronic consciousnesses contained within it exceeded 40 million. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's electronic avatar instantly suppressed all the other electronic consciousnesses. Caught off guard, it was completely refined and merged into one. After everything was done, there was only one electronic consciousness left in this mantis-winged battle beast's body. That was Yi Xian's electronic avatar. The other 40 million or so electronic consciousnesses had been completely refined and merged into the mantis-winged battle beast's body. Screech! At this moment, the mantis-winged battle beast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. The aura that emanated from its body was completely different from before. Like Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars, it exuded a thick and violent aura that could not be dispersed. This was what it should have been because the electronic avatar was also Yi Xian. In essence, it and the 3 Blood Sea avatars came from the same source and were one. Following this screech, DR, who was standing in the void far away from this area, also extended his electronic consciousness over at this moment. However, the result was obvious. He was completely unable to contact the mantis-winged battle beast. What he sensed was a powerful and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. Furthermore, the aura that it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was just like the 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall. There was no difference. All of this was too strange. DR's face was blank, and his entire mind was in a daze. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, he exclaimed in horror, "This is impossible! What has happened?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4863. Following Yi Xian's thunderous attack, the mantis-winged beast was subdued, and the electronic doppelganger returned. D-Air could no longer contact the mantis-winged beast. He extended his electronic consciousness, but what he sensed was a strong and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. Furthermore, the aura it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was exactly the same as the three-blood sea doppelganger of the Master of the Magic Hall. All of this was too strange. After a moment of shock, his entire mind was in a daze. Immediately afterward, after a brief moment of shock, D-Air seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His expression changed wildly as he gasped and exclaimed in horror. "This is impossible. What happened? Bao Yuan, what the hell did you do? You're a life of flesh and blood. You don't have an electronic consciousness. How can you refine my mechanical beast? Furthermore, you did it so quickly?" At the same time, D-Air seemed to be unwilling to give up. In an instant, he extended his electronic consciousness again and activated it to the extreme. The result was obvious. There was no difference at all. What he sensed was only a strong and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. The aura it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was exactly the same as the three-blood sea doppelganger of the Master of the Magic Hall. Without a doubt, this mantis-winged beast had fallen. It had been completely subdued and refined by the Master of the Magic Hall in a short period of time in a way that even he could not understand. From this moment on, the mantis-winged beast no longer belonged to him. Although it was still a mechanical life that existed with an electronic consciousness, it had nothing to do with the Machinery Clan or D-Air. Roar. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, D-Air was so angry that his entire body started to tremble. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of mournfulness in such a short period of time. His loss was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unbearable. If it was a real body of flesh and blood, at this moment, he would have been so angry that he would have opened his mouth and spat out blood on the surface. It seemed that he had only lost a mantis-winged beast. However, in reality, this mantis-winged beast was formed from the fusion of more than 40 million members of the Machinery Clan. 40 million was 1/3 of the 100 million members of the Machinery Clan. If it was any other species of flesh and blood life forms, it might not be a big deal, but it was very difficult for mechanical and electronic life forms to appear, and it was far from as simple as the birth of flesh and blood life forms. This could be seen from the fact that there were only slightly more than 10 million members of the Celestial Legacy race who possessed electronic consciousness. For the past tens of thousands of years, D-Air had walked a completely different path from the Tianji clan. He did not develop warships, armies, or other forces. Instead, he put all his energy into inducing and giving birth to electronic consciousness, forming mechanical and electronic life forms, and continuously increasing the number of official clansmen. Even so, over the past tens of thousands of years, he had only managed to give birth to over 100 million electronic consciousnesses with mechanical life. But now, he had lost 1/3 of his magic hall in the blink of an eye, and it was a baffling loss. Even now, he still didn't know how the Master of Magic Hall did it. This made him feel grief and indignation, and he even had the heart to kill. At this moment, following the sound of D-Air's roar and howl, which was filled with endless grief and indignation, countless experts in the scouting fleets of various large clans and forces who were lying in wait in the distance were all stunned. Immediately after, everyone's expressions changed drastically. After inhaling cold breaths, their bodies shook violently. Waves of astonished cries instantly rang out like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky and earth. What happened? Why did the leader of the Machinery Clan, D-Air, suddenly raise his head and roar? This is clearly a sign that he has suffered a huge blow and is about to go crazy. Hiss! That's impossible, right? From what he said, it seems that something has happened to that mantis-winged beast. It's not just something that has happened to it. That mantis-winged beast has obviously been subdued by the Master of Magic Hall. It has already escaped D-Air's control and fallen into the hands of the Master of Magic Hall. How is this possible? Just like what D-Air said, the mantis-winged beast is an electronic mechanical life form. Furthermore, it is formed by the fusion of at least tens of millions of members of the machinery clan. Even if we disregard his cultivation level of Supreme Archaic Level 9, assuming that he is weaker than the Master of Magic Hall, the latter is a life form of flesh and blood, while the mantis-winged beast is an electronic mechanical life form. The forms of life forms are all different, so how can he possess it? But this is the truth. Di'er is the leader of the machinery clan, and that mantis-winged beast is so important. If it wasn't for the fact that there is no doubt about this matter and that there is no hope of redeeming it, why would he lose his composure and go crazy like this? This is unbelievable. The Master of Magic Hall is really unbelievable. He can even possess an electronic mechanical life form and subdue it in an instant. This is simply unreasonable. Roar! Screech! This old man is unwilling to accept this. Along with the cries of countless experts from the scouting fleets of various clans and forces lying in wait in the distance, Di'er once again raised his head and roared madly. His aura was fierce and frenzied, and even his hair stood on end. He seemed to be on the verge of going berserk at this moment. His heart seemed to be dripping blood, and the regret in his heart was so strong that it could not be described with words. If he had known that the Master of Magic Hall had this ability, he would not have brought the entire army of the Machinery Clan to conquer the Magic Hall. To him, although he had only lost 1/3 of the members of the Machinery Clan this time, in reality to Di'er, this kind of loss had a more serious meaning. It involved the height that he and the entire Machinery Clan could reach in the future, and the impact was so great that he could not bear it. For tens of thousands of years, other than fully developing and nurturing the official members of the Machinery Clan with electronic mechanical life forms, another thing that he had done with all his effort was to study the fusion of the army of mechanical beasts. After spending tens of thousands of years in that mysterious and independent small world, he had led more than 100 million members of the Machinery Clan to carry out countless simulations. Until now, this fusion could only be completed 7 times. Even the 7th fusion had not reached the level of familiarity and proficiency, and the previous 7th fusion took a full 4 hours, which was proof of this. However, in reality, even the 7th fusion was not perfect, but Di'er had been studying the 8th fusion for a long time. According to his calculations, once the 8th fusion was completed, these 3 powerful supreme primordial level perfect 9th order battle beasts would completely fuse into one. At that time, not only would their bodies be larger, the final fusion of mechanical beasts might even reach the true heavenly realm in terms of cultivation strength. Furthermore, the probability of this happening was not small, more than 50%. After all, the final fusion of the 8th fusion was formed from the fusion of 3 half-step heavenly realm mechanical beasts. If the fusion was successful, reaching the true heavenly realm would not be too difficult. However, all of this had come to nothing. Just based on this point alone, Di'er was furious. Chapter 48-64. Roar! Screech! I can't accept this. In the void, Di'er raised his head and roared again. His aura was fierce and frantic, and even his hair stood on end. He was on the verge of going berserk. His heart was bleeding, and his entire mind was shrouded in extreme unwillingness. Although he was not made of flesh and blood, even his eyes were as red as blood. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian, and there was a terrifying bloody light in his eyes, as if it was real. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master of the Magic Hall, although I don't know how you did it, it doesn't matter. In today's battle, you have touched my bottom line. You have to pay the price." Screech! The last roar was heard, and the hair behind Di'er's head danced wildly. He gave the order immediately. Roar! Screech! Almost in the next moment, 2 shocking roars and screeches came from the void on the right side. The 2 mechanical beasts that were fighting the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger received the order and abandoned the battle, charging toward Di'er. One of the mech battle beasts had 4 thick lower limbs and 4 pairs of upper limbs, making it a total of 8 limbs. It looked like the fusion of a giant octopus and a giant elephant. Presumably, it was the claw elephant battle beast that specialized in strength. The other giant beast was also standing on its hind legs, but it had 3 sturdy lower limbs which were extremely stable. Its upper body had countless tentacles extending and retracting, as if there were countless giant space pythons. It looked incomparably ferocious. It must have some kind of special ability. It was one of the three ultimate beasts, the Star Python Battle Beast. At this moment, Air summoned the Claw Elephant Battle Beast and the Star Python Battle Beast because he was furious and unwilling to lose a Mantis Wing Battle Beast. He wanted to make a corresponding move. On the other hand, he was worried that these two battle beasts would be like the Mantis-winged battle beast and be unknowingly schemed against by the Skeleton Doppelganger and the Black Fog Doppelganger. If that was the case, Air would probably die on the spot. Just in case, it was better to withdraw them first. Even if the 8th fusion failed, at least there wouldn't be any more serious losses. Master of the Magic Hall, I will give you one last chance. Return this old man's mantis-winged beast immediately. Otherwise, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Screech. At this moment, with the safe return of the Claw Elephant Beast and the Star Python Beast, Air's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. The bloody light in his eyes grew colder and colder as he locked onto Yixin, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. He gritted his teeth and warned loudly, "Don't think that the 7th fusion is the limit." That's right. Although I was able to perform the previous 7th fusion, the speed was still not satisfactory. However, this does not mean that I cannot perform the 8th fusion. Early on, when the first fusion of the 7th fusion was successfully completed, this old man had already started the derivation of the 8th fusion. Now, it is more or less complete. If there is no other choice, I will grit my teeth and perform it forcefully. There is at least a 50% chance of success. Although I have lost a mantis-winged beast, don't forget that this old man's original body is still here. If you force me into a corner, this old man will take the risk and replace the mantis-winged beast with my original body to facilitate the successful completion of the 8th fusion. With your eyesight, you should be able to guess what the result will be after the 8th fusion is completed successfully. At this point, a ray of light flashed across Air's eyes as he locked onto Yixin. He advised solemnly, "Bao Yuan, don't force me. You can't bear the consequences." Although the forced fusion will affect this old man and these two ultimate beasts to a certain extent, like a backlash. However, since you have paid such a huge price, your end can be imagined. Bao Yuan, don't make a mistake. Return the mantis-winged beast immediately. This old man will turn around and leave. Today's battle will end here. Otherwise, once the 8th fusion is completed, everything that will happen next will be far beyond what you can imagine. Roar. After he finished speaking, Air raised his head. He let out a furious roar, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. An invisible pressure spread out, and his aura was fierce, as if he was about to go berserk. He was definitely waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was ready to fuse. The 8th fusion, huh? It sounds interesting. In the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. The corner of his mouth slowly outlined a playful smile, "Walala," as his voice rang out. In two areas 10 billion miles to the right, a strange crashing sound suddenly rang out. The skeleton clone and the black fog clone that walked out from the two places where the aura of the battle was tyrannical suddenly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that sprinkled down. Swish! Swish! In less than half a breath of time, the two vast seas of blood had already rapidly shrunk. In the end, they transformed into two cocoon-like blood-colored lights that shot towards Yixin. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the space between the violent ape's brows and disappeared without a trace. Almost in the next moment, the violent ape, which was 60 million kilometers in size, also rapidly shrank in size. It was only about 3 meters tall, and the cultivation boost that was obtained from the boundless vitality in its huge body also disappeared. At this time, the cultivation aura that was emitted from his body was still at the 8th order desolate ancient realm. In the current state, the violent ape's true combat strength had also fallen back to the 8th order desolate ancient realm. It was not even at the half-step heavenly Tao realm of the 9th order great perfection. This scene made Air, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, a little confused. The battle was not over yet, and there was a high chance that it would continue to level up. However, the master of the magic hall suddenly did such a thing, which made him a little confused. He did not know what he meant. In fact, Yi Xian's actions were not over yet. At this moment, in addition to the 3 magic hall battleships, and beasts behind him, as well as the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the black-robed desolate sovereign, there was also a mantis-winged warbeast with an electronic clone. Its body was incomparably huge, more than 200 million kilometers long. Rumble? Kacha? At this moment, as his body shrank to about 3 meters tall, the violent ape's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suddenly waved his hand. Just as his arm fell, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder suddenly sounded behind him, accompanied by the earth-shattering sound of machinery breaking in. Turning his head to look, the incomparably ferocious mantis-winged warbeast behind the violent ape was more than 200 million kilometers in size. The cultivation aura emitted from its body had also reached the terrifying level of the 9th order great perfection of the desolate ancient realm. Its entire incomparably huge body was rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. In about a breath's time, the mantis-winged warbeast that was more than 200 million kilometers in size turned into 4 mechanical warbeasts that were only about 5 million kilometers in size. They lined up behind the violent ape. Chapter 4865. Rumble? Kachacha? In the void at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, as Bao Yuan waved his hand, the extremely ferocious mantis-winged beast, which was more than 200 million miles in size and whose cultivation had reached the level of supreme primordial level 9 perfection, began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this happened too quickly and no one could react in time. In just a breath's time, the 200 million mile long mantis-winged beast turned into 4 mechanical beasts, each about 50 million miles in size. They lined up behind Bao Yuan. These 4 mechanical beasts all stood on their hind legs. In terms of appearance, they were exactly the same as the previous mantis-winged beast, except that they were smaller in size. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the appearance of these mechanical beasts that stood on their hind legs and had wings like mantis blades. Therefore, under his instructions, the electronic doppelganger started to disintegrate, and the mechanical beasts that appeared in the end were all like this. Seeing this scene, Di'er, who was hundreds of millions of miles away in the void, was stunned at first. Then his expression changed greatly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Previously, although the mantis-winged beast was out of his control and fell under the control of the master of the magic hall, Di'er didn't even know how the other party did it. However, in his subconscious mind, he had always thought that the master of the magic hall must have used some kind of unknown secret method to temporarily control the mantis-winged beast. As long as he returned the mantis-winged beast or thought of a way to snatch it by force, the mantis-winged beast would eventually return to his control. But now, after witnessing with his own eyes how the mantis-winged battle beast disintegrated into 4 smaller mantis-winged battle beasts that were 50 million miles long, and their cultivation had dropped to the 8th order desolate venerable realm, he finally realized that something was wrong. Even though it was under his control, this 200 million mile long mantis-winged battle beast couldn't be dissected into 4 small mantis-winged battle beasts that looked exactly the same and couldn't be distinguished from each other in such a short period of time. What did this mean? It meant that the mantis-winged beast wasn't simply temporarily controlled by the other party, but had completely fallen. In this way, even if he snatched the mantis-winged beast back, it would be difficult for him to control it again. Boom! Rumble. Just as these thoughts surfaced in Di'er's mind, an earth-shattering roar came from the void in front of him again. The 4 mantis-winged beasts, which were 50 million miles long, started to decompose again. Furthermore, it wasn't just once, but continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 4-winged Huse turned into 16. As their bodies shrank, the aura of cultivation that emanated from their bodies also plummeted. However, their appearances were still exactly the same. They still stood on their hind legs with their blade-like wings. Then came the 3rd decomposition in the void. The rumbling of thunder and the ear-piercing grinding sound of machinery did not stop for a single moment. This continued for a total of 7 breaths of time. Including the 1st decomposition from before, in these 7 breaths of time, a total of 7 decompositions had been completed. After the 7 disintegrations were completed, a huge mechanical army appeared behind the ferocious ape. Without exception, All of them stood on their hind legs and had wings like sabers. Moreover, they were all the same in size and were all 10,000 feet tall, and there were more than 40 million of these mantis-winged beasts. This was the result of the power of Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. Previously, with the support of Yi Xian's full divine sense power and mental strength, the electronic doppelganger had swallowed more than 40 million electronic consciousnesses in the mantis-winged beasts in an instant and had become extremely powerful. Now, with just a thought, his electronic doppelganger could create more than 40 million of them. It could be said that each of the 40 million mantis-winged beasts behind the ferocious ape was Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. If he wanted to, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could be assembled at will in an instant. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 40 million of them gathered together, there would be no problem at all. He could simply do as he pleased. This ability had even surpassed the degree of control that Dier had over the claw elephant and the star python. This was also understandable. Although Dier could control the claw elephant and the star python, after all, it was only through the use of electronic consciousnesses to command and control. However, Yi Xian was different. The electronic doppelganger was actually himself and came from the same source. With just a thought, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could instantly perform all kinds of actions as if they were his own limbs. They could merge and disintegrate as he pleased, simple and direct. Unless Dier merged himself into the two beasts, he would definitely not be able to control them so smoothly. Dier was well aware of this point. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. The scene that unfolded in front of him instantly made him understand everything. After a short moment of sluggishness, his face instantly turned pale and his entire person was a little stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and stared blankly at the mantis-winged army in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him. His face was full of disbelief, and murmurs came out of his mouth like he was sleep-talking. How is this possible? In such a short period of time, his control over the mantis-winged beasts has reached such a superb level. In just 7 or 8 breaths of time, he has completed 7 disintegrations, 1 per breath. Moreover, the 40 million mantis-winged beasts that appeared after the disintegrations were all exactly the same. This is simply... roar! Damned fellow, how did you do it? At the end of his sentence, Dier's entire body suddenly shook. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. It could be said to be incomparably mournful. At this moment, he suddenly realized a fact that he could not accept. The 40 million machine tribe members would never be able to return. Although they were still electronic life forms, they were completely different from before. They had nothing to do with him, Dier, or the entire mechanical clan. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of despair flashed across Dier's heart, causing him to lose his last trace of rationality and clarity. Master of the Magic Hall, no matter how you did it, you must pay the price for everything that has happened today. As he raised his head and let out a violent roar, Dier seemed to have gone crazy. He let out a roar that shook the heavens. Mechanical battle beasts. The 8th fusion begins. Boom! Rumble. Ka-cha-cha? Following Dier's order, in the void in front of him, an earth-shattering rumble sounded again, and there was even the ear-piercing sound of machinery breaking in. The so-called 8th mechanical fusion had finally begun. Is it finally here? A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he muttered softly, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out. As it expanded with the wind, it had already turned into an incomparably huge treasure cauldron that spanned across the void. Chapter 4866. Swish! A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and expanded in the wind. In less than a breath of time, it had already transformed into an incomparably enormous treasure cauldron that spanned across the void. It was the Shinong treasure cauldron. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Almost in the next moment, countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind the violent ape. The 40 million mantis-winged beasts that were quietly floating behind him turned into countless beams of light. In the blink of an eye, They had already passed through the mouth of the treasure cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and rushed into the space inside the cauldron. Swish! The 3 legions are to retreat immediately and return to the Forbidden Star field. Immediately after, Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was not far away in the void instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar came from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun behind him. The 3 battleships, and fierce beast legions with more than 100 million troops all quickly retreated. They were originally at the edge of the forbidden land, but now that the demon lord had given the order, they immediately retreated at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated into the forbidden land of rising sun and were no longer visible. In less than 10 breaths, the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun was empty. Other than Yi Xian, who was about 10 feet tall, there were only the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the black-robed desolate sovereign. These 3 old fellows were also smart people. From Yi Xian's series of strange and abnormal actions, they obviously realized something. After exchanging glances with each other, although the 3 of them did not make a sound, they also quietly chose to shrink their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the primordial porcupine had already shrunk to a height of about 10 feet, and the primordial turtle was only a foot tall, landing on its back. The black-robed desolate sovereign was originally a normal human body, so he was not very eye-catching. When this scene landed in the eyes of the experts of the scout fleets of various sizes and races, they were all stunned. However, at this moment, in the cosmic void nearly 1 billion miles away from the rising sun forbidden land, there was a shocking change happening. Everyone's attention was drawn there, so they didn't have the time to think about Yi Xian's strange actions and subconsciously threw it to the back of their minds. Mech Beast, 8th Fusion begin. In the void, Di'er seemed to have gone mad. He raised his head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! As he gave the order, an earth-shattering rumble was heard again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machinery breaking in. The so-called 8th mechanical fusion had finally begun. Xiao! Roar! Screech! As this fusion unfolded, Zhang G31. The claw elephant beast and star python beast in front of Di'er immediately raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and screech. Immediately after, these 2 super war beasts charged forward. When they got close, their bodies suddenly stopped. Their limbs and large amounts of tentacles began to touch and entangle with each other. At the same time, Di'er, who looked no different from a human, shot out crazily as the aura in his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he entered the area where the 2 giant beasts were in contact and disappeared. Originally, according to his calculations, the 8th fusion of the entire mech race would be carried out with the mantis wing beast, claw elephant beast, and star python beast as the foundation. If it went smoothly with the successful fusion of these 3 half-step Heavenly Dao Realm super war beasts, the ultimate war beast that would appear in the end would enter the true Heavenly Dao Realm in one fell swoop. But now, on one hand, because the mantis wing beast had fallen, one of the 3 war beasts needed to carry out the 8th fusion was missing. On the other hand, although Di'er had already deduced 90% of the 8th fusion, there was still 10% of uncertainties that he had not completely figured out. Therefore, now that he wanted to forcefully carry out the 8th fusion in his fury, the only way was to replace the missing mantis wing beast and merge with the claw elephant beast and star python beast to support the successful completion of the 8th fusion. Rumble? Ka-cha-cha? At this moment, as Di'er's figure disappeared and merged with the war beasts, the claw elephant beast and star python beast that were already close to each other instantly increased their speed. The previous 7th fusion took a total of 4 hours. But this time it was unknown whether it was because Di'er himself had joined in the fusion, or because there were only 2 super war beasts used to carry out the fusion. There were not many of them. In short, this so-called 8th fusion was surprisingly fast. In less than half an hour, the original bodies of the claw elephant beast and star python beast, which were originally intertwined with each other, could no longer be seen. They fused together and became a terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles long. At this moment, in the surrounding void, all the scouts and experts from the various clans and factions were shocked. All of them opened their mouths wide and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions were extremely sluggish, and their bodies were trembling violently. But this time, none of them cried out in alarm, because the terror in their hearts was truly too strong, and all of them had lost their voices. In less than half an hour, the claw elephant battle beast and the star python battle beast disappeared, including D-Air. In the universe void a billion miles away from the rising sun forbidden land, a terrifying mechanical war beast that was more than 400 million miles long was slowly stretching its huge limbs. However, there were still ear-piercing mechanical grinding sounds coming from its body. Obviously, this so-called 8th fusion was basically a success. Now, it was just some internal adjustments that were still ongoing. As the internal adjustments were carried out, the surrounding void also began to vibrate faintly. The aura emitted by the terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles long was getting stronger and stronger. Even the void fragment of the universe was almost unable to withstand it. In the face of all this, Yi Xian, who was a billion miles away at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, remained unmoved. He had been quietly watching everything unfold, as if he really wanted to see if the mechanical army under D-Air's command could enter the true heavenly Tao realm after the 8th fusion was successful. But now, as the aura emitted by this terrifying war beast became stronger and stronger, closer and closer to the true heavenly Tao realm, a light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above his head. In the next instant, as if in response to his call, an incomparably terrifying sound that shook the heavens suddenly came from high up in the sky. Boom! Rip! Immediately after the loud bang, a crack appeared in the void. The inside of the crack was extremely dark, but a huge green vertical eye suddenly opened. Chapter 4867. That's right. Just as D-Air, the claw elephant battle beast, and the star python battle beast were about to complete their 8th fusion, the three of them formed a terrifying battle beast that was more than 200 million kilometers in size. Just as the fine-tuning of its body was about to end, and it was about to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, an accident happened. High up in the void, a thunderous explosion sounded. After the sound of ripping silk, a black void rift appeared. Within the rift, a gigantic green vertical eye suddenly opened. This green vertical eye was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. To be precise, it was only a projection avatar of the primeval heaven's eye. Its true body was probably carrying out some important arrangements, so it could only descend in the form of a projection avatar. Yi Xian was very certain of this. The instant he saw the heavenly Tao green eye, he was enlightened. This was because back in the primordial chaos void's forbidden mosquito grounds, he had once laid dormant and watched the true body of the primeval heaven's eye descend from afar. Although the aura of the two was the same, the pressure they emitted was different. Now, the gigantic green eye that appeared in the rift high up in the sky was clearly much weaker. But no matter how weak it was still a projection avatar of the primeval heaven's eye, a true heavenly Tao realm existence. At present, in this primordial chaos void fragment, it was definitely a supreme overlord that swept through everything. No one could contend against it, including Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected such a huge change in front of him. The end of the primordial chaos was about to descend, and the primordial chaos void fragment in front of him could be said to be vast and boundless. Even if it wasn't the most important fragment of the primordial chaos that had collapsed into countless pieces, it was likely to be ranked high. As such, as the end of the primordial chaos approached, the heavenly Tao green eye, which was the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao back then, paid close attention to the primordial chaos void fragment. Even if the heavenly Tao green eye had other arrangements and was unable to extricate itself, unable to pay attention to everything in this void, it definitely had a bottom line. Once this bottom line was exceeded, it would definitely trigger some kind of condition and attract the attention of the heavenly eye. At that time, even if the real body couldn't descend, it would at least send a projection clone to deal with this uncertain factor that had crossed his bottom line. And this so-called bottom line was clearly a true heavenly Tao realm expert. To put it simply, as the primordial world's apocalypse approached, be it the void fragment of the primordial world or the other void fragments of the present world like the three main dimensions, the heavenly Tao's eye of the heavenly Tao would absolutely not allow a true heavenly Tao realm existence to appear. Even if it was only a half-step heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of the primordial realm, he could turn a blind eye to it and ignore it for the time being. However, once a true heavenly Tao realm expert appeared, he would definitely descend to stop it. It was also because he had expected such a situation to occur that Yi Xian immediately disintegrated the mantis wing battle beast and stored it in the Shinong treasure cauldron after seeing D-Air, the claw elephant battle beast, and the star python battle beast fuse for the 8th time. Even the 3 magic hall battleships, and beasts outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun were repelled by him, including himself. He shrunk his body size and lowered his cultivation aura to the 8th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. His goal was to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao Green Eye as much as possible, so as to avoid being implicated. And now, with the earth-shattering sound coming from the sky, the black crack appeared and the green vertical eye opened. Without a doubt, it proved that Yi Xian's guess was correct. Kacha! Boom! Rumble. Almost in the next instant, an ear-piercing cracking sound came from the horizon. A ray of green light shot out from the vertical eye in the black crack. At first, it was not big, only about 10 feet, but as it fell, it instantly expanded. The speed was too fast. In less than half a breath, the green lightning, which was only a few feet long at first, had already turned into a vast sea of lightning. It completely submerged the terrifying giant beast that was undergoing its 8th fusion and had already progressed to the final stage of its internal adjustment. It was about to be completely completed. At this moment, an enormous bang shook the heavens. Continuous rumbling resounded from within the azure sea of lightning, and it caused one's heart to tremble. Boom! High in the sky, the roar came again, and this green lightning shot out. After it turned into a vast sea of lightning, the green vertical eye in the black crack closed again. Then, even the void crack disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Yi Xian sighed, retracted his gaze from the sky, and turned to look 1 billion miles ahead. In his line of sight, the green sea of lightning that covered an area of 500 to 600 million miles, completely submerging the terrifying giant beast that was about to complete its 8th fusion, was still raging. In the sea of lightning, there were mournful howls and roars from time to time. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, he could roughly guess what was going on just by thinking about it. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what happened next. Although he'd already guessed all of this, his heart was incomparably heavy when it truly became a reality. Because this guess was true, it wasn't good news for him. It could even be said that this was a very big problem, and it was worrying. Whoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Yi Xian did not continue to pay attention to what happened next. He turned around and shot toward the Rising Sun forbidden land behind him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After entering the Rising Sun forbidden land, Yi Xian immediately returned to the cave star. He was going to immediately enter seclusion and break through again. Although the battle with the 3 battle beasts of the mechanical race was very short, the gains he had obtained from the previous breakthrough had basically been completely integrated into his body and divine soul. Coupled with the return of the electronic doppelganger and the regurgitation of a part of the power, Yi Xian already felt like he was about to break through. Rumble. While thinking, he suddenly waved his hand and instantly summoned the Shinong cauldron. It hung behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located, floating in midair. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Soon, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs, which had a circumference of at least 10,000 feet. After preparing everything, he immediately activated the Shinong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. In the blink of an eye, as he waved his hand, this nascent soul fist-sized round bead was instantly swallowed into Yi Xian's stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble. Almost as soon as he swallowed all the cultivation resources, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. The resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth, gathering into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, they came from all directions and began to circulate continuously in his meridians until they were completely refined. Chapter 48:68. After circulating the great heavenly cycle time and time again, when the great river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, it only took a single attack to break the shackles. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. Primordial mighty figure level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the blood chi realm. Current realm. Primordial mighty figure level 8. Level 8 mighty figure. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the great circle of the 9th stage. This was really exciting. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation was at level 7 primordial mighty figure level 7. After activating the ancient ape demon bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach level 8 primordial mighty figure level 8. If he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reached level 9, his battle power would immediately soar to level 8 primordial supreme. Once his physical body's boundless chi and blood were added to his cultivation strength, his true combat strength could reach a level that was comparable to a 9th rank desolate supremacy. And now, with the arrival of this breakthrough, after Yi Xian activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he instantly possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of the 9th step of the primordial era. Under such circumstances, once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and entered level 9, his peak battle power would instantly reach level 9 desolate venerable. In addition, due to the huge physical body of 60 million miles, the blood chi that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end would increase his true battle power by another level. Yi Xian was able to display the strongest combat strength he could. Even though he was unable to achieve a true increase in level due to crossing over a large realm and truly stepping into the heavenly Tao realm, he was definitely an invincible existence beneath the heavenly Tao realm. In fact, he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. If he used the Blood Sea secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant, each possessing a terrifying battle power that was not weaker than a level 9 desolate venerable. Under such circumstances, if it was 3 against 1, even a 9th rank desolate supremacy would be crushed by him. If he were to use the heavenly meteorite bow and other ultimate divine abilities and trump cards, the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th stage, who was also a half-step heavenly Tao existence like the Void Tortoise, would be caught off guard and killed by a single arrow. It was definitely not impossible for him to die. However, even though he had successfully broken through this time, Yi Xian did not look happy at all. Instead, he looked a little disappointed and dispirited. This was because this time, he had originally wanted to forcefully welcome a double break, so that he could verify the guess that had suddenly appeared in his mind earlier. Previously, Yi Xian had seen D-Air, the Claw Elephant, and the Star Python that were about to enter the true heavenly Tao realm due to their 8th fusion. However, at the moment before the fusion was complete, they were met with the descent of the heavenly Tao's eyes projection avatar. They were forcefully obstructed in their heavenly Tao path. It was because of this doubt that made him uneasy. Therefore, Yi Xian did not even have the interest to see what would happen to D-Air, the Claw Elephant, and the Star Python. He immediately rushed back to the cave abode star and began his seclusion. Previously, he was already a 7th rank mighty figure. If he were to welcome a double break, he would be a 9th rank mighty figure. As such, after activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine ability, he would instantly become a 1st rank primordial supreme. According to past experience, if he were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine ability, then, in theory, Yi Xian would leap to become a heavenly Tao realm expert. He did not know if the heavenly Tao realm had 9 ranks or 9 subranks. However, even if there were, he would be a 1st rank heavenly Tao in the 9th transformation state. He wanted to see if using this bloodline divine ability to instantly enter the Heavenly Tao realm and become a first-rank Heavenly Tao realm existence would trigger the suppression of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Tao realm. The suppression of the Heavenly Tao, or should I say, whether he could successfully enter the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, the double break did not come. He was now only a 8th rank mighty figure. After activating the bloodline divine ability, he was only a 9th rank mighty figure. After entering the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would only be a 9th rank primordial supreme in that state, although there was still the massive blood and chi power in his terrifying physical body that was 60 million kilometers in size to enhance his cultivation base. This time, because he was crossing a major realm, the enhancement of his physical body to his cultivation base could not really reach the level of a minor realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian successfully broke through this time, his previous guess didn't come to a conclusion. As a result, the uneasiness in his heart was still there, so he naturally felt depressed and couldn't be happy. Looks like I can only wait until the next time I break through before I verify this guess in my heart. After a period of depression, Yi Xian muttered softly and sighed. He did not dwell on this matter for the time being. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god's treasure cauldron turned into a ray of light and was instantly absorbed into his body. Yi Xian's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already outside the rising sun forbidden land. He looked up and saw that the void battlefield in front of him was empty. Air and his mechanical clan army were long gone. After all, although his breakthrough this time was relatively fast, it took a full 12 days. It was impossible for Air to still stay here. Just as he frowned, a figure had already shot over. It was the black-robed, desolate sovereign of the remnant army. Yi Xian had silently teleported directly from the cave mansion to the rising sun forbidden land. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise did not sense anything. However, the black-robed desolate sovereign was a primordial supreme after all. Obviously, he had sensed it. At this moment, the first thing he did was to report to Yi Xian the situation after he had left. After asking, he found out that the old guy, Air, had actually escaped this time. Under the raging suppression of the Sea of Lightning transformed by the green eye of the Heavenly Way's green eye, he was only injured and did not die. At that time, after Yi Xian had left, the Sea of Lightning that covered a radius of 500 to 600 million miles of the void raged for a full 10 breaths of time before dissipating. As the Sea of Lightning dissipated, the terrifying giant beast, which only needed the final internal adjustment to complete the 8th fusion, also showed its figure. However, its originally fused terrifying body of 400 million miles had been torn apart and turned into more than a dozen mechanical battle beasts of different sizes. This was a sign that it had been forcibly suppressed by the Heavenly Way and interrupted the 8th fusion. Moreover, because of this forced interruption by the external intervention Air, who had gathered into this terrifying battle beast, and more than 80 million people of the mechanical clan under his command had obviously suffered a certain degree of reaction. Air's figure was battered and exhausted, and he was almost seriously injured. According to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, more than 10 million people of the mechanical clan had died. This was because after being torn apart, the dozen battle beasts of different sizes had wounds on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Chapter 4869. Although it was only a wave of green lightning, it was the work of the Heavenly Eye after all. It represented the suppression of the Heavenly Way, and its power was not to be underestimated. After the green lightning dissipated, Air was in a sorry state and was almost seriously injured. In addition, according to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, more than 10 million of the 80 million members of the machinery clan had died. This was because after being torn apart, the dozen or so battle beasts of various sizes had wounds on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. It was to the extent that they had lost their battle power for a short period of time. It was also because of this reason that Air did not dare to stay. He immediately took the dozen or so battle beasts and hurriedly turned around and fled in a sorry state. Everything that happened in the void outside the rising sun forbidden land spread throughout the Eldritch land fragment in just 2 to 3 days. All the forces and races were shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked by the power of the machinery clan under Air. They had successfully completed 7 fusions in a row, and the final 3 battle beasts that appeared were all at the 9th order supreme primordial perfection. He had even almost succeeded in the 8th fusion. Moreover, from the terrifying aura that was emitted from the fused beasts that were more than 400 million miles in size, once the final 8th fusion was completed, D-Air's dream of the heavenly way would basically become a reality. From this point of view, all the strong people were even more vigilant against the Tianji clan. Although D-Air's machinery clan was mysterious, compared to them, D-Yi's Tianji clan was obviously more powerful. Now that D-Air's machinery clan had been exposed, the Tianji clan still had not. This indeed made all parties extremely uneasy, including the Heavenly Way Alliance and the Magic Hall. They were all on guard. In addition, all parties were shocked by the terrifying means of the Master of the Magic Hall, especially the higher-ups of the Heavenly Way Alliance. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. This time, D-Air's machinery clan had suffered heavy losses. Even D-Air himself had suffered heavy injuries. However, not only was the Magic Hall not damaged at all, they had even snatched away a mantis-winged battle beast that was at the 9th order supreme primordial perfection. Furthermore, judging from the performance of this mantis-winged beast outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun, it was obvious that it had been completely refined and controlled by the Master of the Magic Hall. Overnight, the Magic Hall had once again gained a top-notch half-step Heavenly Dao realm combat power. It was so depressing that it made one want to vomit blood. Although there was no reaction from the Tianji clan, there was no doubt that after this incident, the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, would be even more cautious and fearful of the Magic Hall than the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The reason was very simple. The essence of the Tianji race and the mech race was actually the same, but basically, flesh and blood lifeforms had no way of seizing the bodies of mechanical and electronic lifeforms, or suppressing them on the level of consciousness, because they were existences of different forms. However, the Master of the Magic Hall had done it. Furthermore, he had done it so quickly and so strangely. Although it was the machinery race under D-Air who had suffered a huge loss this time, if it had been the Tianji race, they would have suffered the same result. Just based on this point alone, it was enough for De to view the Master of the Magic Hall as a major threat. To the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, this was perhaps the only news that made them feel a little gratified. This was because from now on, the Tianji race, who had always been targeting the Human Federation, would most likely target the Magic Hall. And this was the result that they wanted to see the most. Of course, what made the experts the most alarmed, and it could even be said that their souls were cold, was the descent of the projection of the primeval heaven's eye. Before this, no one had realized that as the doomsday of the untainted land approached, the way of heaven of the untainted land, which had given up on controlling a large number of void fragments of the untainted land after the battle in the untainted land, was gradually trying to control these void fragments of the untainted land again. This time, D-Air and the entire machinery race under his command had attempted to use the 8th fusion method to break through to the true Heavenly Dao realm. However, at the final juncture of success, they had been destroyed by the projection of the Heavenly Dao's eye. This was clear proof. This was clearly the suppression of the Heavenly Dao, which represented the will of the Heavenly Dao. It did not allow a second Heavenly Dao-level existence to appear in the void that it controlled. After realizing that the will of the primordial Heavenly Dao was gradually returning, everyone's hearts sank. All this time, regardless of whether it was the various large and small void fragments or the current 3 major starry sky main planes, the various experts had basically developed freely. Even if the experts of the starry sky broke through to a higher realm, they would still face heavenly tribulations. However, this was just an unconscious reaction of the laws of the Heavenly Dao after sensing it. But now, the Heavenly Dao's eye, which represented the will of the primordial Heavenly Dao, was gradually returning. To all the experts of the starry sky, there was suddenly an invisible sharp blade above their heads. If anyone was not pleasing to the eye, a great calamity would befall them at any time. The unconscious suppression of the laws of the Heavenly Dao and the conscious suppression of the Heavenly Dao's eye, which represented the will of the primordial Heavenly Dao, were 2 completely different concepts. In particular, the powerful experts of the primordial era and the primordial supremes of the various large factions had extremely heavy hearts. Even D-Air was not allowed to lead the entire machinery race to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm using this method. The primeval heavens I had instantly sent a projection clone to suppress them. In that case, if they were to break through to the heavenly Tao realm normally in the future, the suppression they would face would be even more intense. Furthermore, as long as the primeval heavens I did not allow a second will of the heavenly Tao to appear, then all the experts of the starry sky who tried to break through to the heavenly Tao realm would probably end up either dead or injured previously. Yi Xian was also worried about this. But now, it was obvious that the top echelons of the various factions were also worried about this matter. It was precisely because of this that, for a time, this vast and boundless fragment of the primitive world seemed to be imperceptibly shrouded by a wisp of dense haze. The various forces did not make any unusual movements and temporarily quieted down. And after Yi Xian understood the situation, he turned around and returned to the cave abode star. At that moment, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 beautiful cultivators were still in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained desolate supremacy cultivation. As for the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to raise their cultivation. The entire cave abode star was quiet. Yi Xian sat above the magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain. With a wave of his hand, 4 beams of light shot out instantly. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These 4 beams of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they were suspended in mid-air in front of the towering mountain. Against the wind, they expanded and transformed into 4 colossal objects that were more than 10 million feet in diameter. They were the 4 great starry sky battle claws that had completed the hardware upgrade. Void battle claws, Weeping Soul battle claws, Time battle claws, and Blood Mosquito battle claws. At that moment, the 4 great battle claws were conjured. In the void in front of Yi Xian, they formed a horizontal row, looking extraordinarily mighty. Chapter 4870. Swish! 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 After returning to the Immortal's Cave Star, Yi Xian sat on top of the magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain. With a wave of his hand, 4 rays of light shot out and expanded in the wind, turning into 4 colossal objects with a diameter of more than 10 million feet. They formed a row in the void in front of him, looking mighty and extraordinary. They were the Void Battle Tower, the Weeping Soul Battle Tower, the Time Battle Tower, and the Blood Mosquito Battle Tower. At a glance, the 4 Starry Sky Battle Towers that had been completely upgraded did not seem to be much different from before. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that the difference between before and after was not small. The 4 Starry Sky Battle Towers now were not only several times bigger than before, but also had a more metallic luster, giving off an extremely heavy and dignified feeling. As for their power, it was definitely much more powerful than before. After all, the material used to upgrade them last time was the energy crystal used to breed the Chaos Demon God in the primordial void. However, as for how powerful they were, even Yi Xian did not know at the moment. This was because after the hardware upgrade of the 4 Starry Sky Battle Towers, the 4 kinetic races in the Starry Sky Battle Towers were still in hibernation. Even if Yi Xian wanted to test their power at that time, he could only wait until the 4 kinetic races in the Starry Sky Battle Towers successfully completed the transition of life form. Only then would it be possible, however, due to the many matters at hand. Yi Xian completely forgot about this matter. Now, because of the Mantis Wing Battle Towers, he remembered them. When they first entered the primordial void, Yi Xian had brought the old elephant fox ferret everywhere to search for special resources that could allow the kinetic races in the Starry Sky Battle Towers to evolve rapidly. Although it took a long time, they finally found all of them in the end. Since then, the 4 kinetic races in the Starry Sky Battle Towers fell into hibernation. In the Starry Sky Battle Towers, the most powerful ones were the 2 9-star Emperor Ladles, the 10 8-star Emperor Ladles of the Universe Realm, and tens of millions of ordinary soldier ladles. Yi Xian found a large amount of mystic jade essence crystals in the primordial chaos void. He even found 1,000 purple jade essence crystals. He kept the latter for his own use while he gave the former to the Void Soldier Ladle race in the Void Battle Tower. Inside the Weeping Soul War Beast, the 10 million Weeping Soul Beasts had all grown into Grotto Heaven Weeping Soul Golden Apes after absorbing the hellish Ant-Elixir. There were even 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Violet Apes. Later on, Yi Xian found red marrow soul crystals in the primordial void that were suitable for the weeping soul beasts to quickly upgrade their bloodline. Among them, there were even 1,000 cubic meters of the most precious purple blood soul marrow. Aside from the latter, all of the red skeleton soul crystals were given to the weeping soul beasts. The strongest of the time battle armors had originally been a Star-Lord blue gold slime, 10 purple gold slime, and 10 million gold slime below the universe state. Later on, Yi Xian found the demonic vine marrow in the primordial chaos, which was suitable for this race to quickly improve their bloodline. There were 1,000 drops, including the most precious demonic vine purple core. Among these resources, he kept 1,000 drops of demonic vine purple core for his own use and threw away the rest of the demonic vine marrow. In the last blood mosquito battle army, the commander was originally Yi Xian's sworn brother, Xue Ben. However, Xue Ben left on his own and his whereabouts were unknown. Since then, the strongest existences in the blood mosquito battle army were some universe realm perfection stage 9 ferocious mosquito beasts and hundreds of universe realm ferocious mosquitoes. Later on, Yi Xian found the charcoal maggot blood marrow in the primordial void, which was an excellent material for the bloodline enhancement of the blood mosquito tribe. There were even 1,000 purple marrow charcoal maggots. The 1,000 purple corpse charcoal maggots were kept by Yi Xian for his own use, while all the blood mosquito tribe, including Xue Ben, consumed the blood mosquito tribe. Since then, the 4 major kinetic races of the 4 great war clans had all fallen into a deep slumber and rapidly began bloodline evolution in their sleep. Even when Yi Xian used the energy crystals used in the primordial void to breed the chaos demon gods to modify the hardware of the 4 great war clans, they were not alarmed. Calculating the time, the 4 races of the 4 major battle clans all had over 10 million kinetic energy clans. This time, they had entered hibernation and undergone bloodline evolution for dozens of years. This time, the reason why he suddenly thought of the 4 great war clans was because of the mantis-winged beast. This time, the return of Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger could be said to have made a great contribution, causing D-Air's machine clan to lose 1/3 of its people. The huge mantis-winged beast, which was 200 million miles long, had been decomposed 7 times and finally turned into a huge mechanical army. Without exception, all of them stood on their hind legs and had blade-like wings. Moreover, they were all the same size, which was 10,000 feet tall. There were more than 40 million of these mantis-winged beasts. This was due to the power of Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. This time, because Yi Xian had poured all of his divine sense power and spiritual power into it, the electronic doppelganger instantly devoured the mantis-winged beast. The more than 40 million electronic consciousnesses had become extremely powerful. After devouring the mantis-winged beast, the electronic doppelganger could instantly create 40 million of them with just a thought. Every one of them was Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. If Yi Xian wanted to, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could be combined at will in an instant. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even more than 40 million mantis-winged beasts would be no problem at all. It was simply as he wished. It was also at that time that Yi Xian, after communicating with the electronic doppelganger, understood that these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could not only be combined at will, but other elements could also be added in during the fusion process. For example, the 4 great war clans. In this way, it was equivalent to fusing the 4 great war clans with the mantis-winged beasts. The result was definitely a combination of the strong, and the power was several times stronger than when they were fighting separately previously. When the mantis-winged beast was in its complete form, its body size was 200 million miles long, and its cultivation strength was at the 9th order supreme being of the ancients level, which was the same as Yi Xian's current strength. Of course, if it really fought, the mantis-winged beast was obviously not a match for it. After completing a decomposition and turning into 450 million miles long mantis-winged beasts, its cultivation strength dropped by 1 level to the 8th order supreme being of the ancients level. Now, Yi Xian's plan was to integrate these 4 great war clans into the mantis-winged beasts that had completed a decomposition. This was doable. After all, the mantis-winged beast's body size would be 50 million miles long after the decomposition. After the great war clans were integrated into the mantis-winged beast's chest cavity, becoming an existence similar to its kinetic energy heart. When necessary, the merged mantis-winged beast would not only possess its original attack power, but it would also be able to launch a special attack of the Great War Clans. In this way, its overall combat strength would definitely soar again. If there were no accidents, the mantis-winged beast's cultivation strength of the 8th Order Desolate Venerable would once again return to the peak of the 9th Order Supreme Being of the 9th Order Supreme Being. Chapter 4871. According to Yi Xian's deductions, there was at least an 80% chance that the fusion would be completed successfully. After all, the mantis-winged combat beasts would have a massive body of 50 million kilometers after the first decomposition. After the fusion, the war Karas could completely reside in the chest cavity of the mantis-winged combat beasts, becoming an existence similar to its kinetic heart. Once the fusion was successful, the mantis-winged combat beasts would not only possess their original offensive abilities when needed in future battles, but they would also be able to use the war Karas' special attacks. As such, their overall combat strength would definitely soar again. If there were no accidents, the level 8 Desolate Supremacy after the first decomposition would once again return to the peak of the Desolate Supremacy level at the Great Circle of Desolate Supremacy level 9. And if that was the case, once the 4 mantis-winged combat beasts that had returned to Desolate Supremacy after fusing with the 4 great clans were allowed to continue fusing, the resulting mantis-winged beasts that were more than 200 million kilometers in size would have an 80% chance of stepping into the true Heavenly Tao realm. Just like the fusion of D-Air, the Claw Elephant combat beasts, and the Star Python combat beasts. Of course, such an ultimate fusion was not something Yi Xian would easily carry out. In other words, once the war Karas successfully fused into the bodies of the 4 mantis-winged combat beasts, Yi Xian's electronic avatars would basically appear in the form of the 4 mantis-winged combat beasts that had completed the first decomposition. He did not wish to attract the primeval heaven's eye again. Even if the final fusion was carried out, Yi Xian would definitely not do it in the void of the primordial wilderness fragment. At the very least, he had to return to the primordial wilderness before attempting it. That was the primordial wilderness, an existence of a higher level than the primordial wilderness. Therefore, the will of the primeval heavens I was unable to influence the will of the primordial wilderness. In other words, if he were to break through to the heavenly Tao realm there, even the primeval heavens I would not be able to forcefully suppress him. At most, it would jump out to stop him. But if the fusion was successful, everyone would be at the heavenly Tao realm. At most, they would just have to fight. Phew! Swish! 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 Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light after he deduced everything in his mind. He immediately waved his hand. As he waved his hand, there were countless weak light rays accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. As soon as these light rays appeared, they expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they covered a large area of the void in the cave star. Each ray of light was a mantis-winged battle beast in its basic form. They were all at the immortal Emperor realm, and there were more than 40 million of them in total. As soon as the 40 million mantis-winged beasts were summoned, Yi Xian immediately gave the order. To be more precise, it was just a simple thought in his mind. This was because the electronic doppelganger was himself, and these 40 million mantis-winged warbeasts were all his electronic doppelgangers. Whatever Yi Xian wanted them to do, it was as natural as it could be. It was completely different from the way D-Air used his own electronic consciousness to give orders to his clansmen. It was like there was a layer of paper between them, but Yi Xian did not have that. Soon, with his thought, the 40 million mantis-winged warbeasts moved quickly in the void and were divided into 4 camps. Before this, there were already 4 huge battle garrisons floating in the void. Now, the 40 million mantis-winged battle beasts, each of which was over 10 million mantis-winged battle beasts, surrounded the 4 battle garrisons in the middle. Around each of the battle garrisons, there were more than 10 million mantis-winged battle beasts. The 4 major kinetic energy clans within the 4 battle garrisons had long awakened. They were the Void Soldier Ladle clan, the Weeping Soul Beast clan, the Slime clan, and the Blood Mosquito clan. Each of the 4 major kinetic energy clans had a population of 10 million. Now, they were stationed in the 1,000 beehive nodes of the 4 battle garrisons. Each node had 10,000 of them. Among them, the strongest cultivators of the 4 major kinetic energy clans had reached the remote antiquity realm. There were many of them, more than 100 of them. Each of them was in charge of 10 beehive nodes. These 4 major kinetic energy clans had already received Yi Xian's orders and were ready to merge with the 10 million mantis-winged warbeasts around the 4 battle garrisons. Swish, swish, rumble, crack, 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 crack. In the next moment, with Yi Xian's thought, the merging of the 4 major camps was fully carried out. When Di was in charge of merging the 200 million feet tall mantis-winged warbeasts, it took him 7 times to complete the merging. Now that Yi Xian had divided the 200 million feet tall mantis-winged warbeasts into 4 major camps and merged them, it was equivalent to Di's 6 times of merging. But in fact, now that it was in Yi Xian's hands, it was not so troublesome at all. Each of the 4 major camps had a battle garrison and more than 10 million feet tall mantis-winged warbeasts surrounding the battle garrisons. Now that he had given the order to merge them, all of them moved and completed the merging in just one go. The whole process took less than 10 breaths of time. If Di saw this scene, he would probably beat his chest and stamp his feet. Within 10 breaths of time, the merging was completed quickly. At this time, when he turned his head to look, he could no longer see the 4 battle garrisons in front of him, nor was there a single 1,000 feet tall mantis-winged warbeast. There were only 4 giant mantis-winged warbeasts that were 50 million miles in size. Their basic forms were exactly the same. They stood on their hind legs and had blade-like mantis wings. There was only a slight difference, and this slight difference was obviously due to the integration of the 4 different war-class weapons. Now, the 4 battle garrisons were respectively located in the chests of the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts. It was also because of their merging that the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts had different patterns on their chests, like emblems. From left to right, the emblems on the chests of the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts were a purple-gold void ladle, a ferocious one-horned weeping soul beast's head, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. These 4 emblems were clearly characteristics of the 4 major kinetic races of the 4 battle garrisons. In the future, they would be the only mark to distinguish the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts. As for cultivation strength, the previous 4 mantis-winged warbeasts were all 8th order primordial supreme. But now, after fusing one of the battle garrisons into each of them, their cultivation strength had indeed risen once again, returning to the perfected 9th order primordial supreme. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. In other words, the present magic hall had an additional 4 peak desolate supremacies at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Including Yi Xian himself, there were a total of 5. If one were to include the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed from the Blood Sea Mystic Art avatar. Now, in the present magic hall, there were a total of 7 peak half-step heavenly Tao realm combat forces. With this in mind, Yi Xian's heart immediately stirred. A glint flashed in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts. From his mouth, he muttered dreamily. First, there were the 8 great guardian deities. Now, all of you are the 4 heavenly kings of my magic hall. Heavenly King of the Void, Heavenly King of Withering Soul, Heavenly King of Time, and Heavenly King of Blood Mosquito. Chapter 4872. With the birth of Heavenly King Void, Heavenly King Crying Soul, Heavenly King Flowing Time, as well as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, the magic hall now had 4 peak half-step Heavenly Tao realm desolate supremacies. Including Yi Xian himself, there were a total of 5. If the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed from the Blood Sea Mystic Technique avatar were included, the present magic hall had a total of 7 peak half-step Heavenly Tao realm desolate supremacies. In addition, the black-robed desolate supremacy, the Empyrean Seal Lightning Spirit, and the 7 gorgeous cultivators were all first-stage desolate supremacies that had just entered the realm. In addition to them, the present magic hall's peak combat strength was equivalent to 7 half-step Heavenly Tao realm desolate supremacies and 9 first-stage desolate supremacies. This number was in no way weaker than the Heavenly Tao Union. Even the Heaven's Legacy race was probably on par with them. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately revealed a knowing smile. However, he did not plan on exposing the 4 heavenly kings. From the outside, the magic hall had only gained a mantis-winged behemoth that was more than 100 million kilometers in size. Its cultivation level had reached the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm. They definitely did not expect that after the mantis-winged behemoth was disassembled and fused with the 4 battle garrisons, it would transform into 4 terrifying half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. Furthermore, it was crowned by Yi Xian as the Magic Hall's 4 heavenly kings. Phew! Swoosh! Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the 4 heavenly kings were stored away by Yi Xian. They were sent directly into the farmer god treasure cauldron and lay dormant in the cauldron's space. Now that he was presiding over the Magic Hall, there was naturally no need for them to come out. But in the future, if Yi Xian were to temporarily leave the forbidden land of the rising sun, he would leave the 4 heavenly kings behind. At least half of them would be left behind. With them presiding over the Magic Hall, even if the Heavenly Tao Union or the Heaven's Legacy race were to send a Supreme Primordial to launch a sneak attack, it would ensure that nothing would happen. Currently, there are already 60 level 29 Desolate Venerable pellets. It should be enough, so there's no need to refine more. After putting the 4 heavenly kings into the Shinnong treasured cauldron, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. A dark light flashed through his eyes from time to time as he muttered in a dreamy voice. The perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill has already been fully deduced twice. There shouldn't be any flaws or mistakes. However, I have only collected 3 pieces of the Desolate Sovereign's blood essence that are used to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. To refine a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, other than some special ingredients, just the Desolate Supremacy blood essence alone requires at least 5 pieces. That is to say, for the next mission, I should think of a way to collect some Desolate Supremacy blood essence. Even if the other special ingredients for the perfect pill formula have yet to be found, the Desolate Supremacy blood essence is one of the essential ingredients. I need at least 5 of them. No matter what, I should first meet this requirement. The Desolate Supremacy blood essence was refined from the Desolate Supremacy's blood essence after his body exploded. Therefore, in order to obtain the Desolate Supremacy blood essence, one had to kill the Desolate Supremacy. Currently, Yi Xian could already condense 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers. His battle strength had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy. Together with the 4 heavenly kings, he had the battle strength of 7 peak Desolate Supremacies. Although it was not easy to kill the Desolate Supremacy with 7 peak Desolate Supremacies, it should not be a problem. Apart from the Demon Hall, only the Tianji clan and the Heavenly Tao Alliance had supreme masters of the primordial era in the void fragment of the Untainted Land. He first excluded the Tianji clan. After all, the Tianji clan were electronic lifeforms. Their bodies were made of various materials. They did not have a physical body, so killing them would be a waste of time. As such, his only target was the Heavenly Law Alliance. In the Heavenly Law Alliance, there were a total of 16 Desolate Supremacies. The Star Alliance included the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Rock, the Bloodthirsty War Lion, the Scarlet Unicorn, and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. The 10,000 Races Alliance included the 4 Desolate Supremacies from the Hell Ant Clan, the Space Rat Clan, the Giant Ferocious Clan, and the Evil Slime Clan. These 9 existences were all qualified hunting targets. In addition, the Heavenly Law Alliance had 7 Desolate Supremacies, D-Air, and 6 Desolate Supremacies from the Everlasting Dynasty, the Skyju Palace, and the Temple of Glory. Each of the 3 factions had 2 Desolate Supremacies. D-Air was naturally excluded. He was also an electronic life form. Killing him would be a waste of time. Among the remaining 6 Desolate Supremacies, the 4 from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Skyju Palace were definitely humans. Although they were also flesh and blood, they did not have the bloodline of the ferocious beasts. They did not have the blood essence of the ferocious beasts. Killing them would not be of much use. As for the other 2 from the Temple of Glory, they could have been humans or ferals of the celestial race, but there was no telling just yet. After all, they had never shown their faces since they had arrived at this primeval realm fragment. If that was the case, then Yi Xian would only be able to lock onto 9 targets. They were the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Rock, the Bloodthirsty War Lion, the Scarlet Unicorn, and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile from the Star Alliance. There were also the 4 Desolate Supremacies from the Infernal Ant Tribe, the Space Rat Tribe, the Giant Ferocious Tribe, and the Evil Slime Tribe. It seems that I have to take some time to visit the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Glory soon. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He mumbled in a dreamy voice. However, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Glory are now part of the Heavenly Law Alliance. They are on the same side as the Human Federation. Each of the three forces has a directional wormhole in the depths of their respective star areas. As long as any one of the three forces is in trouble, the regular forces of the other two forces will be able to arrive at the rescue through the directional wormhole in the star area as soon as possible. Needless to say, the high-level battle force will be there. It seems that even if we want to attack the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Glory, we must have a thorough plan and preparation before we officially start the operation. Otherwise, once the news is leaked, the supreme ancients of the other two factions will rush to our aid. I'm afraid that it will directly lead to the failure of the hunt. It will be difficult to carry out the same plan in the future. Speaking of this, Yi Xian subconsciously frowned. He fell silent and fell into deep thought. At the same time, in the universe void hundreds of billions of miles away from the forbidden land of the rising sun, whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the void rang out. A ray of light shot out from the void at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the direction that it was heading, it was surprisingly heading towards the forbidden land of the rising sun, where the magic hall was located. And the direction that this ray of light was heading towards was hundreds of billions of miles away from the Human Federation. It was the vast star system that was occupied by the Tianji clan. The speed of this ray of light was very fast, and it faintly revealed the aura of a desolate venerable. There was no doubt that this was a desolate venerable expert from the Tianji clan. It was very likely that this was a doppelganger of the clan leader, De. If this was the case, judging from the direction of the light beam, which was heading toward the rising sun forbidden land, the purpose of De sending out an avatar this time was really a little interesting. Chapter 4873. Outside the star sector where the rising sun forbidden land was located. Boom! Rumble. Roar. In the void, roars could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. As far as the eye could see, there were fleets, battleships, and teams made up purely of ferocious beasts wandering back and forth in the void. These teams were just the daily patrol teams under the command of the Magic Hall. The rising sun forbidden land was too vast. Even though there were 100 million battleships, and ferocious beasts patrolling the void 100 million miles away from the star sector, the density was very low. Usually, a patrol team would take a long time to pass by. A second patrol team would pass by at the same location. At this moment, at the border of the patrol circle 100 million miles away from the rising sun forbidden land, in the northern region, there was a team of ferocious beasts wandering by. The entire patrol team was made up of ferocious beasts, and there were only 10 of them in total. This was just the most basic team of ferocious beasts. The leading ferocious beasts did not have a very strong cultivation. They were only at the ordinary immortal realm. Currently, the Magic Hall did not dare to say that it was the most powerful force in the void fragment of the Chaos world, but it was not far from it. The only forces that could contend with it were the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Heavenly Legacy Clan. The Heavenly Legacy Clan had already set their eyes on the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they did not have the time to care about the Magic Hall. As for the Heavenly Law Alliance, they had just suffered a defeat here not long ago. The Machinery Clan under D-Air had suffered heavy losses, and they fled in panic like stray dogs. Therefore, the Magic Hall fleets and ferocious beasts that were patrolling outside the star sector were not very vigilant. They were obviously a little lazy and dispirited. In the distance, behind an abandoned star, there was a huge creature hibernating. This was a mirage worm that was more than 10,000 feet long. It looked similar to the Void Soldier ladle, but it was completely black and had more tentacles. It looked more ferocious. In fact, this mirage worm was just one of De-Yi's mechanical doppelgangers. Back then, in that mysterious void, De-Yi had taken a fancy to this mirage worm among the remains of a large number of primordial creatures in the void. Then, he had spent a lot of energy using its body as a foundation to carry out various modifications. On the surface, it looked like a living sea serpent worm, but in fact, the inside of the sea serpent worm had been greatly modified so that De-Yi's electronic consciousness could enter it. Now, a wisp of De-Yi's electronic consciousness had entered the body of the mirage worm, so its essence was actually just a doppelganger of De-Yi. The reason why DE chose it as one of the many doppelgangers was that he fancied the bloodline of the mirage worm. The mirage worm was no longer seen in the current starry sky. It was a rare insect race that existed in the early stage of the Untainted Era. It was a special species. It had a powerful illusion ability. Even some of the untainted ancient beasts with special bloodlines would be affected by its bloodline if they were caught off guard. He was bewildered, and he didn't even know that he was in an illusion. There were no traces to follow as a doppelganger of DE, even if it was just one of his many doppelgangers. The cultivation strength of this mirage worm was obviously not weak. In fact, it was very powerful. Not only had it entered the primordial master realm, but it was also far from an ordinary primordial master. It was a desolate master in the late stage of the 7th realm. After all, the bloodline of the mirage worm was special and extremely rare. It was rare to get a mirage worm, and it took a lot of effort to modify it. If its cultivation strength was too weak, it would be too wasteful. Therefore, it was understandable that DE had poured a lot of resources into this mirage worm. As a desolate master in the late stage of the 7th realm, it naturally had no problem facing the ordinary experts patrolling the edge of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. In addition, with the special ability of the mirage worm's bloodline, it was now dormant on an abandoned star thousands of miles away. Behind Shin, there was no hiding at all. It just restrained its breath, but still, no patrol team could find it. Even if the power of the divine senses or the radio waves of the battleship swept over, this place was empty. The mirage worm that was casually staying in the void seemed to not exist at all. No matter how the divine senses swept over or in front of it, they couldn't see it. Soon, the group of ferocious beasts wandering in front gradually approached, and the distance was already close to millions of miles. Whoosh! At this moment, the mirage worm that had been dormant behind the abandoned star moved. Its huge body was like a ray of light, and it rushed out at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, its breath was diffused. The ferocious beasts in front and right caught a trace of abnormality and subconsciously turned their heads to look. But almost in the next moment, their figures abruptly stopped in the void, and they were motionless. The light in their eyes became blurred, revealing a sense of emptiness and confusion. It was as if they had lost their minds and fallen into some kind of psychedelic state. This was one of the innate abilities of the mirage worm's bloodline. Whoosh! As the 10 ferocious beasts in this team were all confused, the mirage worm shot out at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. It did not pay attention to the other 9 ferocious beasts in the team. It rushed directly to the leader of the ferocious beasts. An imperceptible low buzzing sound sounded. From the tentacles on the back of the mirage worm, a gray and black light shot out. After touching the body of the immortal realm ferocious beast's leader, it instantly turned into a hazy gray and black light. It shrouded its entire body. It only lasted for a second, and the gray and black light shield that shrouded the entire body of the ferocious beast's leader suddenly shrank rapidly, turning into a point like a firefly. The speed was faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the glabella of the mirage worm and disappeared. Almost in the next moment, as the tentacles on the back of the sea serpent insect swayed, a second low buzzing sound was heard. It was almost imperceptible. A light shield appeared from its body and spread out, covering the entire body of the sea serpent insect. Immediately afterward, the gray and black light shield flashed and disappeared instantly, once again entering the body of the mirage worm. The whole process was still very fast, less than a second. And in this short period of time, the entire body of the mirage worm that was tens of thousands of feet long had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was no longer a mirage worm, but a green ape with a full body of green fur. It stood on its hind legs, and its body was tens of thousands of feet long. The aura of its body had also become that of an ordinary immortal realm expert. Even the aura of its divine soul had completely become that of a green ape, without the slightest aura of the mirage worm. Even if a supreme existence whose cultivation had reached the desolate venerable realm used his divine sense to investigate, he would absolutely not be able to find any abnormalities. This was another innate ability of the mirage worm's bloodline. It could transform into the prey it had captured at will. It was perfect in both form and spirit, and it was much more realistic than the so-called copy. There was simply no flaw at all. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4874. Wang. A low humming sound was heard, and the other 9 ferocious beasts were slightly shaken. The confusion in their eyes disappeared, and they turned around to look at their surroundings. Very quickly, they retracted their gazes. They didn't feel anything strange at all. In just a few breaths, De had used this mirage bug body to perfectly blend into the magic hall. Now, he had become the leader of a patrol team in the magic hall's ferocious beasts army. Hell! Through the memory of the leader of the ferocious beasts that had just been swallowed, De instantly had a certain understanding of the magic hall. At the same time, he also realized that the patrol time of his patrol team had just ended. After a light roar, Green Ape's body shook, and he turned to the left and shot toward the rising sun forbidden land. The 9 ferocious beasts behind him followed closely, but they still didn't notice anything strange. After a short while, this team of ferocious beasts entered the rising sun forbidden land. Of course, at the same time, other teams of ferocious beasts, battleships also retreated. As the patrol team retreated, other teams rushed out from the forbidden land of the rising sun one after another to take over the patrol duty. Everything was in order, and there was no difference from before. No one noticed or realized that a spy had sneaked into this patrol team, and it was a mechanical mirage bug body of De, the leader of the Tianji clan. After returning to the rising sun forbidden land, Green Ape's team and the other ferocious beasts all shot toward a star. This star belonged to the nomadic army, and the one in charge of this star was one of the higher-ups of the nomadic army, Black Wind Tiger. Black Wind Tiger had always been with Green Ox, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shantang, and the others. He could be considered one of the higher-ups who had joined the nomadic army very early on. When he returned to the nomadic army, he was only an undying emperor. However, over the past few years, he had obtained a large amount of purple gold medicines, 9-colored godly medicines, and various level pills that could be used to break through the bottleneck of a higher realm. And with his daily training, Black Wind Tiger's power had skyrocketed. First, he had broken through to Emperor level, and now he had become a Universe Knight. The Green Ape and some of the other ferocious beasts were the subordinates of the Black Wind Tiger. Now that they had retreated from the forbidden land of Rising Sun, they naturally had to return to the Star Nest. De's sea serpent worm clone, who had transformed into a green ape, was able to smoothly enter the planet where the Black Wind Tiger resided. Since the Black Wind Tiger was a ferocious beast, its direct subordinates were also ferocious beasts. The nomadic army originally had an army of ferocious beasts. Although they had joined the Magic Hall later on, the Magic Hall also had an army of ferocious beasts, which was the original forbidden land of Rising Sunday. That group of ferocious beasts, but the ferocious beasts of the nomadic army were not separated. They still belonged to the nomadic army. There were a large number of ferocious beasts in the entire planet, and they were all elites of different races. However, the most powerful one was the Black Wind Tiger, and he was the only Universe Knight guarding the planet. To the Sea Serpent Worm clone, who had the power of a 7th-level Desolate Master, the so-called Universe Knights were not even worth an ant. The Green Ape's cave was not far from the giant mountain where the Black Wind Tiger resided. After entering the planet, the Green Ape went straight to the giant mountain. With a flash of his body, he went straight to the nest of the Black Wind Tiger. As the Black Wind Tiger had just broken through to Universe Knight, he was not in seclusion at the moment. However, this was the forbidden land of Rising Sun after all, and it was impossible for there to be an enemy attack, so the Black Wind Tiger was not vigilant. Besides, the Green Ape was originally his subordinate, so even if the Black Wind Tiger sensed his approach with his spiritual power, he did not think much of it. He even thought that the Green Ape had something important to report. Thus, the Green Ape smoothly entered the Black Wind Tiger's cave on the mountainside of the giant mountain. In this place, there was no one else except the Black Wind Tiger. Almost at the moment when the Green Ape saw the Black Wind Tiger, The green ape changed his body and turned back into the sea serpent worm clone. "See, this is—" The black wind tiger was stunned for a moment. He was shocked and wanted to jump up, but everything was too late. Wang. With an almost undetectable low buzzing sound, several tentacles on the back of the sea serpent worm clone shot out a black and gray light. After touching the black wind tiger's body, it immediately turned into a hazy black and gray light shield and covered the black wind tiger's entire body. It only lasted for a breath. After a breath, the black and gray light shield that covered the black wind tiger's entire body suddenly shrank rapidly and turned into a point like a firefly. Its speed was faster than before, and in the blink of an eye, it shot toward the black wind tiger clone. In an instant, it entered the glabella of the sea serpent worm and disappeared. Wang! Almost at the next moment, as the tentacles on the back of the sea serpent worm shook, the second low buzzing sound was heard. Under the imperceptible light, a light shield appeared from the sea serpent worm clone's body and spread out, covering the entire body of the sea serpent worm clone. Soon, the black light shield flashed and disappeared in an instant. When it entered the body of the sea serpent worm clone again, everything was quiet again. The whole process was so fast that it took less than a breath. However, in such a short time, the entire body of the sea serpent worm, which was 10,000 feet in size, changed dramatically again. Now, it was no longer a sea serpent worm, nor was it a green ape with a green mane. It had turned into the appearance of a black wind tiger, and the aura of its cultivation had become that of a universe knight. In addition, even the aura of its godly soul had completely become that of a black wind tiger. There was no aura of a sea serpent worm at all. Even if a supreme being who had reached the desolate master realm used his godly consciousness to explore, he would absolutely not be able to see anything. Abnormality. In just a few moments, a universe knight had been annihilated. For today's magic hall, universe knights were indeed nothing. Among the higher-ups of the magic hall, they were merely the weakest existences. However, the Black Wind Tiger was one of the first batch of generals to follow Yi Xian. Even when he, Green Ox, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, and the others led the entire space nomadic army to hide in the void space of the fragment of the universe for dozens of years, he had never fallen. He had never left. He had gritted his teeth and endured. Now, if the Black Wind Tiger had fallen in the space battlefield, Yi Xian would have nothing to say. As a great being in the space battlefield, falling in the space war was the most normal ending. But now, it was right under Yi Xian's nose, silently erased from the lair of the Shuxing Forbidden Area. If Yi Xian were to find out about this, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. He would definitely be enraged to the heavens. There was practically no suspense on this point. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website M. Chapter 4875. Within a short period of time, Black Wind Tiger had been swallowed up by Di Yi's clam bug body, and both its body and soul had been destroyed. This was expected. Although Black Wind Tiger was already a universe knight, it was still too weak for Di Yi's clam bug body. It was not even comparable to an ant. Coupled with the unique bloodline talent of the clam bug body, Black Wind Tiger had been killed without anyone noticing. If Di Yi's clam bug body had planned to stay dormant for a long time, the truth of Black Wind Tiger's death would have been known in a short period of time. It would have remained hidden, and there was basically no possibility of being exposed. In fact, Di Yi had originally planned to do the same. This time, he had used this carefully created clam worm avatar to sneak into the forbidden land of Rising Sun in order to find out the truth behind the Demon Hall Master controlling the mantis-winged beast under Di Er's command. That mantis-winged beast was not only one of the 3 battle beasts formed by the fusion of hundreds of millions of members of the entire automaton race, but its cultivation had also reached the terrifying 9th stage of the great completion of the remote antiquity Supreme Master, which was half a step into the path of heaven. It was also an automaton without flesh and blood, and it did not even have a spirit. However, the master of the magic hall was a life of flesh and blood, and they were not in the same state at all. It could be said that there was no possibility of using a spirit to control it or to possess it. However, in fact, the master of the magic hall had done it, and it was extremely fast. In just a moment, the mantis-winged beast had surrendered and was completely refined by him. Its degree of control was not even comparable to that of D-Air. After all this news was sent back to Tianji City, D-E was shocked and immediately felt an unprecedented threat. After all, D-Air's automaton race and his Tianji clan were essentially the same. They were both automaton life forms. Moreover, there were more than 100 million members of the automaton race who had electronic consciousness under D-Air's command. Even though 1/3 of them had been lost because of the mantis-winged beast, there were still more than 80 million of them. However, D-Yi's Tianji clan was different. Even now, there were only slightly more than 10 million members of the Tianji clan under D-Yi's command, and every one of them was extremely precious and powerful. However, no matter how strong it was, could it be stronger than the mantis behemoth that had reached the ninth order supremacy of the ancients? Even the mantis behemoth, formed by the fusion of more than 30 million machine race clansmen, was instantly controlled by the master of the magic hall, let alone the Tianji race clansmen under his command. Even D himself felt greatly threatened. Although he was the clan leader of the Tianji clan, in fact, in essence, he was the same as D-Air, the machine clan, and any other member of the Tianji clan. They were all mechanical and electronic life forms. It was this kind of threat that made D feel extremely uneasy. Yi Xian, the star master of the Tianhe star of the human clan, had once infiltrated the Tianji clan. Even he had not noticed anything unusual at the beginning. That incident was a scar in Di's heart, and because of it, he had been punished by the major forces of the three main planes of the starry sky. Li and his race laughed at him for a long time. Until now, there were still people mentioning it from time to time. This time, such a strange situation had occurred again, and it was even more serious than before. Even the mantis behemoth, formed by the fusion of more than 30 million machine race clansmen, who had reached the ninth order supremacy of the ancients, had been instantly captured. Therefore, even D did not dare to lower his guard. If he did not find out the truth of this matter, he would not easily expose himself, because he would be forced to leave. If he wanted to use the same method to infiltrate the forbidden land of Rising Sun in the future, it would be difficult. This time, D had been prepared to lie low in the forbidden land of Rising Sun for a long time until he found out the truth. However, he did not expect that the surprise would come so quickly. He had just infiltrated the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and the truth of this matter was unexpectedly uncovered by him. All this was because of the arrival of the Black Wind Tiger that he had just devoured. The Black Wind Tiger was a high-level member of the nomadic army, an old subordinate of Yi Xian. Moreover, his loyalty had long been verified during the nomadic army's decades of hiding. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hide his true identity from Green Ox and the other high-level members of the nomadic army, including the Black Wind Tiger, who also knew. Now, as he was devoured by Di's Mirage Worm avatar, his spirit and body were destroyed. Although the memory that originally belonged to the Black Wind Tiger was not completely taken away by D. Erlang, only a small part of it dissipated, about 40%. As for the remaining 60% of the memory, after he was devoured and refined, it was now completely known by D. Erlang's Mirage Worm avatar, including the part about the true identity of the Master of the Magic Hall. The moment this memory was read, D.E., who had already changed into the appearance of the Black Wind Tiger, trembled slightly. His whole mind was buzzing. For a moment, he was stunned and doubted that the memory he had read was messed up. However, he quickly reacted and realized that all of this was real. In other words, the so-called Master of the Magic Hall was actually Yi Xian, the Master of the Sky River Star, the despicable guy who had once infiltrated the Tianji clan. Although this fact was shocking, if it had been before, basically no one would have thought of it this way. After all, when the five alliances had joined forces to seize the Magic Hall, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, had appeared at the same time. When this happened, although D.E. was not there, he had heard the details later. At this moment, he finally understood why the Master of the Magic Hall had always left a doppelganger in the Magic Hall and never appeared again. Originally, it was just a cover. At that time, the Magic Hall must have been empty. The Blood Sea doppelganger, which had never appeared, had already taken the appearance of the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, to deceive everyone. When he realized this, Di also instantly understood the truth of how the master of the magic hall could instantly control the mantis-winged beast formed by the fusion of more than 30 million members of the Machine Clan. Yi Xian had previously killed several official members of the Tianji clan, including the young clan leader of the Tianji clan at that time, and they were also the clan's heaven's pride. It was unknown what method he had used, but later on, he had actually merged the electronic consciousnesses of those members of the Tianji clan together and refined them into an electronic doppelganger. Back then, the reason why he had been able to infiltrate the Tianji clan so smoothly that even the clan leader Di had not discovered him at first was because of this electronic doppelganger. The so-called electronic doppelganger was actually an electronic consciousness. The core of all electronic life, including Air, the entire Tianji clan, and the Machine clan, was an electronic consciousness. It was like the soul of a flesh and blood creature. Having an electronic consciousness was equivalent to having an electronic doppelganger. The reason why Yi Xian, who had transformed into the master of the magic hall, had been able to reverse control the mantis-winged beast in an instant sounded extremely mysterious and strange. However, the truth was so simple that it was laughable. Since Yi Xian had an electronic doppelganger, this matter was very normal and there was nothing strange about it. Even if it had been Di, he would have been able to do the same if he had been caught off guard. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4876. That damned bastard. He actually deceived everyone. After learning the truth, Di instantly changed his plan. As he muttered to himself, the black wind tiger's eyes continued to flash with a cold light, revealing an endless chilling intent, according to his original plan. In order to find out the truth, the Mirage Worm avatar was very likely to be dormant in the forbidden land of Rising Sun for several years, or even longer. But now, the truth he originally wanted to know had been solved, and he even unexpectedly learned more shocking secrets. Then, there was no need to continue to be dormant in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Although the Mirage Worm avatar was only one of his many avatars, because of its special bloodline talent, it was still very useful. Di did not want to keep it dormant in the enemy camp. If there was an accident and it died, it would not be good. However, even if he did not continue to be dormant, he could not just leave quietly like this. Because so far, everything had been very smooth for him to sneak into the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Such an opportunity would be very difficult to come by in the future. Even if he did not continue to be dormant before leaving, he could take advantage of this opportunity to do something. For example, launching a sneak attack on Yi Xian or something like that. The reason why Di had this idea was that, on the one hand, he had always held a grudge against Yi Xian. At that time, he had even issued a warrant for his arrest in the first universe because of this. But in the end, Yi Xian had been free and happy, and because of that accident, the Divine Legacy clan had been reduced to the laughingstock of countless forces and clans in the three main planes of the starry sky, of course. This desire for revenge was only one of the reasons why he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take action. Could even be said that it was a very small reason. At Di's level, there was basically no possibility of making some inappropriate impulsive decisions or actions because of anger in his heart. Now, the bigger reason why he decided to take action was that, in his opinion, this sneak attack had more than an 80% chance of success. Even if he could not kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. Moreover, through the memory of the Black Wind Tiger, Di learned more secrets. For example, Yi Xian had the purple gold elixir, the 9-colored magic elixir, and even a magic elixir of various levels that could allow one to quickly break through a realm in a short time by swallowing one, of course. The most important clue was actually Yi Xian's cultivation level. This guy was not some peak desolate supremacy who was at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection. His cultivation base and strength were only at the 8th stage. His cultivation base at the 9th stage was completely achieved under the state of a bloodline ability similar to the Battle Lion clan's 9 changes of the Wild Lion clan. Although the Black Wind Tiger didn't have a clear understanding of this heaven-defying bloodline ability, through his memories, Di was completely unable to determine whether Yi Xian was able to maintain his cultivation at the peak of the 9th step of the Desolate Sovereign in this bloodline ability state. There is a certain time limit. However, in his opinion, as long as Yi Xian was not a true late-stage Desolate Supremacy, then there was no problem. Usually, on the battlefield outside, he would be extremely vigilant. However, now that the magic hall was powerful, he was in his own base camp, and De was approaching with the identity of the Black Wind Tiger. Yi Xian would definitely be defenseless under such circumstances. Under such circumstances, even if his cultivation base and strength had really reached the late-stage desolate supremacy, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured, not to mention that this kind of desolate supremacy cultivation was achieved through the bloodline secret method. In De's opinion, as long as he suddenly attacked when he was caught off guard, he would successfully kill or seriously injure Yi Xian and temporarily make him lose the ability to fight. In that case, the other existences in the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun were nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian, who was seriously injured, could not summon his electronic doppelganger immediately, which was the mantis-winged giant beast with the battle strength of a 9th-stage desolate supremacy. As long as he did not summon it immediately, De would not give him such a chance again. In the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun, other than Yi Xian himself and the electronic doppelganger in the form of the mantis-winged giant beast, there were still the black-robed desolate supremacy and the 7 beautiful cultivators, who had the battle strength of a desolate supremacy. However, without exception, all of them were only at first stage of this realm. Even if they all swarmed up, they would not be a match for De's Mirage Worm doppelganger. In other words, as long as he succeeded in the sneak attack, the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun would be wiped out by him. In one night, the magic hall would be destroyed, and the forbidden land of Rising Sun would completely become the paradise of the Tianji clan. Moreover, even if the sneak attack failed, with the Mirage Worm doppelganger's late-stage 7th-stage desolate supremacy cultivation base and the unique bloodline power of the Mirage Worm clan, he could easily escape without any losses. The benefits were too great, but the risks were very small. The two were simply not proportional, and it could even be said that there was no comparison at all. No matter who it was, they would choose to attack. Yi Xian, this time, you can't escape. Whoosh! With a cold light flashing in his eyes, De's doppelganger, who had transformed into the form of a black wind tiger, muttered softly. Before he finished speaking, his figure had turned into a ray of light and shot out. After rushing out of the cave, he passed through the atmosphere of the cave star and went straight to Yi Xian's cave residence. The star, which was the life star where the black magic hall was located, sped away. In the interior of the cave star, at the peak of the most majestic mountain that pierced the sky, there stood a black magic hall with a mysterious aura. This black hall was the symbol of the entire magic hall, and it was also Yi Xian's cave residence. Now, Yi Xian was in the magic hall, but the 7 beautiful cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the other girls were not there. They had all gone to the cave residences they had chosen and built in the interior of the star to cultivate. At this time, Yi Xian was not cultivating in seclusion. He just closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the top of a huge rock near the cliff in front of the magic hall. He was thinking about the specific details of going to the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and launching a sneak attack on the 9-headed blood dragon and other desolate supremacies of the Human Race Federation. Black Wind Tiger? The next moment, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something. He frowned and let out a cry of surprise. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the distant star atmosphere in front of him. In his line of sight, a figure just happened to shoot in from outside the atmosphere. It was Black Wind Tiger. However, Black Wind Tiger now looked very respectful, and his body had shrunk to less than 1,000 feet. His speed was not very fast either. It looked as if he had come to report something important to Yi Xian. In De's opinion, all of this was normal. Even if he started from Black Wind Tiger's memory, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. Although Black Wind Tiger was only a universe knight, he was a senior warlord under Yi Xian's command, so he was qualified to meet him and report the situation. Have you broken through to the universe knight level? Then congratulations. Just at this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the huge rock at the peak of the mountain, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He sneered. However, your guts seem to be the same as your cultivation. It's getting fatter and fatter. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4877. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a black wind tiger sitting cross-legged on the giant rock at the peak of the giant mountain. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he sneered. "You've broken through to the universe night level? Congratulations. However, your guts seem to be getting fatter and fatter, just like your cultivation." At this moment, Di Yi's heart trembled. His body trembled slightly, and he was instantly alerted. Something was wrong. Black Wind Tiger was a resource warrior under his command. He had just arrived and had yet to speak. Besides, Di Yi was sure that there was nothing abnormal about his expression or behavior. Yi Xian should not have spoken in such a manner. Not only was there a hint of mockery in his words, but there was also an undisguised sneer at the corner of his mouth. This clearly showed that he was enraged. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. What? Until now, you still haven't realized what went wrong? At this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the giant mountain opposite him, had already stood up with a sneer. His body was filled with murderous intent. The words in his mouth were filled with coldness. I have to say, this kind of transformation technique is indeed extraordinary. Even I can't see anything wrong with it. However, you probably didn't get the complete memory of Black Wind Tiger, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for you not to know that even Green Bull, that old bastard, has never passed through the atmosphere to enter this cave star. No matter who you are, since you dared to kill my general today, you will definitely die. Hong! Before the last sentence was finished, Yi Xian's body had already rushed out like the fastest shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Black Wind Tiger. He threw a punch, and the void space was shattering inch by inch. The earth-shattering roar was deafening. So this is the mistake? I made a mistake. At this moment, after hearing his words, Black Wind Tiger's eyes flashed with understanding, revealing a strong sense of annoyance that could not be dispersed. As he muttered, his body rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the atmosphere of the cave star and reached the void space of the universe outside the star. Boom! Yi Xian, who was in his ape form, chased after him relentlessly. He threw a punch, and the atmosphere of the cavern star churned violently. A large hole appeared, and Yi Xian's figure instantly rushed out and chased after him. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure appeared in the void of the universe outside the stars. Before the surging atmosphere behind him could close, he had already spread his arms again and punched forward. At this time, Di was already 100 million miles away. Even the appearance of the Black Wind Tiger was no longer there. A huge sea serpent worm appeared in his line of sight. The aura emitting from its body was clearly that of a seventh-order desolate ancient supreme. Vaguely, there was also an aura unique to electronic life forms. Mechanical mirage worm? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes also showed a touch of understanding. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he immediately whispered, "You are not Di, you are Di. This is one of your mechanical mirage worm avatars. Since you also know about the mirage worm, then you should understand that today, you can't keep me here." After being seen through by Yi Xian, Di sneered. He looked at Yi Xian from head to toe and said sarcastically, "You are really good at acting. You actually deceived everyone. Yi Xian, I will come back again. You should be careful. Be careful. Ha ha ha. Buzz." In the strange laughter, the tentacles on the back of the sea serpent worm suddenly shook violently, and a very low buzzing sound was heard. A light shield appeared from its body and spread out, covering the whole body of the sea serpent worm. Then, the grayish-black light shield flashed and disappeared instantly. Di's sea serpent worm avatars also disappeared. The whole process was extremely fast. In less than a breath, even Yi Xian did not have time to react. Damn worm! I hate worms. Watching Di's sea serpent worm avatars leave calmly, Yi Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. His eyes were shining with coldness. He muttered softly and raised his head to let out a shocking roar. Roar! He had always disliked the space serpent worm tribe. If he encountered an opponent of the same level, Yi Xian would definitely target the space serpent worm and kill it first. because the bloodline talent and magical power of the space serpent worm tribe were too strange. There were all kinds of them, and it was impossible to guard against. For example, De's sea serpent worm avatars, who had just escaped, were only at the late stage of the 7th Order remote antiquity realm. Yi Xian was now in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape. Even if his body was only 10 feet tall, not 60 million miles long, the majestic power of qi and blood in his body was already at the peak of the 9th Order remote antiquity realm. Under normal circumstances, even if he did not use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, Yi Xian had enough confidence to kill De's sea serpent worm avatars by condensing the 3 Blood Sea serpents. But in fact, De had activated the bloodline power of the sea serpent worm tribe and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of where he went. In this case, no matter how strong Yi Xian was, he did not even have a chance to attack. So, they could only watch and sigh in frustration. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Xian's roar had just sounded when in the surrounding void, there were already figures shooting over. Turning around, there were the 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji, and other great beings of the remnant people. There were also Green Ox and Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Claw Dragon, Long Shantang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, Blood Dragon and Green Rock Ancestor, War Lion Ancestor, and so on. There were a total of thousands of figures, all of whom were Universe Knights and higher-ups of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday originally. Most of them were in closed-door cultivation to increase their cultivation, but recently they had just finished a breakthrough and were still preparing for the next round of closed-door cultivation. Now that they heard Yi Xian's shocking roar, their hearts shook violently as they rushed over. In addition to the primordial porcupine, primordial hairy turtle, and mosquito butcher, the black-robed desolate master, Naples of the Sky River Troop, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle Mo Ren, Dark Turtle Tribe Leader Mingjiu, and Mad Mosquito Emperor were all present. Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small idol powers and families were all present. Fear was written all over their faces. Obviously, they did not understand why Yi Xian was so angry all of a sudden. Black Wind Tiger has fallen. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the group of higher-ups of the Magic Hall. His face became gloomier and gloomier. De sent a clam bug body here. It is a desolate master at the later stage of the 7th stage. After swallowing, it can transform into the appearance of any flesh and blood creature. Even its godly spirit aura is perfect, and it is difficult to distinguish. Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. During this period of time, the patrol outside the starfield has been increased. At least 4 Universe Supreme Masters are guarding outside the starfield at all times. They are connected with each other's godly consciousness. If they discover anything unusual, they are to be alerted immediately. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4878. What? The Black Wind Tiger actually died? That insect just now was actually the clone of the Tianji race's patriarch, De? That damned guy, he actually snuck into the forbidden land of Rising Sun and killed one of our generals. This is absolutely intolerable. We must return an eye for an eye. Lord Demon Lord, please give the order. We are willing to lead the army and fight against the Tianji race. Roar! Screech! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall in the void in front of them were instantly enraged. All kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide, and the roars and howls of endless anger filled the sky. Everyone was asking to go to war and avenge the Black Wind Tiger. Of course, we will avenge him, but now is not the time to start an all-out war with the Tianji race. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dao Union will be secretly happy. Swish, swish, swish. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and with a faint sound of breaking through the air, 4 rays of light shot out from his hand. These 4 rays of light soared in the wind, and in less than half a breath, they had already turned into 4 giant mantis-winged beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. Their basic forms were exactly the same, and they walked on 2 legs with their blade-like mantis wings. They lined up in the void in front of them. Although the four mantis-winged beasts looked the same, there were subtle differences, and these subtle differences were obviously due to the fact that they had fused with four different war drums. The four war drums from before were now located in the chests of the four mantis-winged beasts. It was also because of their fusion that the four mantis-winged beasts had different patterns on their chests, like emblems. Ordinary. From left to right, the emblems on the chests of the four mantis-winged beasts were a purple-gold void ladle, a ferocious one-horned weeping soul beast, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast, obviously. These four emblems were based on the characteristics of the four major kinetic energy clans of the four war clans. In the future, these four mantis-winged battle beasts would be the only way to distinguish them. As for their cultivation, these four mantis-winged battle beasts were merely 8th-order Venerable Realm experts. But later on, Yi Xian took action and infused a war rod into each of their bodies. Their cultivation levels rose once again, returning to the perfected 9th stage of the primordial supremacy realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. At this moment, as Yi Xian summoned the four great heavenly kings, the upper echelons of the demon palace were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed drastically. When they sensed the aura of their cultivations, they all cried out in shock. This is Hiss, supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th order? How is that possible? Isn't there only one? The four in front of us are clearly existences that have been disintegrated once. Why are their cultivation levels not affected at all? They are still at the half-step heavenly Tao realm? Also, their forms are clearly slightly different. There is an additional emblem on each of their chests. They look a little familiar for half-step heavenly Tao realm experts. How terrifying. Even if they are Fiendlord's 3 Bloodsea avatars, doesn't that mean that our magic hall already has 7 supreme of the ancients at the perfected 9th stage of the primordial supremacy realm? They are all my avatars. As the exclamation sounded, Yi Xian nodded lightly and continued. Previously, the 4 war drums in my hands had been infused into their bodies. Therefore, their cultivation levels have risen. If they were to fuse further, they would very likely advance to the true heavenly Tao realm. But that's not the case. The primeval heavens, I would not allow it. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, this will be the strongest form of this avatar of mine for a short period of time. From this day forth, they will be the 4 heavenly kings of my magic hall. Heavenly King Void, Heavenly King Soul, Heavenly King Time, and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito. Upon saying that, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. This time, I will be taking 2 with me to the heavenly legacy race. The other 2 heavenly king avatars will be guarding the magic hall. The 7 beautiful cultivators will also be stabilizing Huang, who has just broken through, in my cave abode star, his cultivation level. However, he will probably be out of seclusion soon. With the 2 heavenly king avatars in them, together with Black Robe, it will be enough to protect the magic hall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand. Among the 4 heavenly kings in the distant void, 2 instantly transformed into beams of light and entered his body. They were the heavenly king Void and the heavenly king Blood Mosquito. The other 2 heavenly king Soul and the heavenly king Time turned around at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the atmosphere of the cave abode star and entered the star, disappearing. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the higher-ups of the magic hall in the void in front of him. Without saying anything, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Then, with a flash of his body, he instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot away, disappearing into the distance. The end? A day passed in the blink of an eye. However, on this day, this vast and boundless fragment of the untainted world was destined to be unable to calm down, and a huge uproar would be set off. Dee's Mirage Insect avatar had indeed left and returned without any success. He was not able to successfully take advantage of this opportunity to cause some kind of unexpected blow and harm to Yi Xian. However, this time he sneaked into the forbidden land of Rising Sun was not without any gain. On the contrary, his gain could be said to be extremely great. It was this trip to the Magic Hall that allowed DE to see through the true identity of the Master of the Magic Hall. He was Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star. The two of them were originally one, so they had deceived everyone. At first glance, this news seemed to be of no use to De. However, if he thought about it carefully, he would find that it was absolutely significant. This was because the Heavenly Law Alliance was formed by the merger of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation. These three alliances were the major races and forces from the three galaxies. The relationship between them and Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, could be said to be complicated. However, in general, before the void crack in the Shadow Devil Star area of the second universe appeared, the relationship between Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, and the major races and forces in the three dimensions had basically been restored. Under such circumstances, if the higher-ups of the three alliances, especially the higher-ups of the two camps of the human clan, knew that the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. This was simply too abominable. He had been playing them like monkeys, and did not care about the feelings of the past at all. In this way, after entering the void fragment of the untainted land, the grievances between the three alliances and the magic hall would converge. Both new and old hatred would converge. Under such circumstances, there was a great possibility that the Heavenly Law Alliance would once again have a war with the Magic Hall. Obviously, this was the result that De and the entire Tianji clan wanted to see. Once the war started, no matter which force he wanted to deal with, he could secretly take action. It was with this purpose that after De's clamworm avatar rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun and returned to the Tianji city, he immediately sent out a large number of intelligent robots to disguise themselves as the human clan and the ominous beast experts, and wantonly spread the news outside. Overnight, the entire void fragment of the untainted land was completely in an uproar, setting off a great disturbance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4879. As De's news spread, the entire void of the Eldritch world was in an uproar. The Heavenly Tao Alliance had the biggest reaction. As soon as the news spread, the leaders of the three major forces of the Heavenly Tao Alliance gathered together. They held an emergency meeting at the same time, in the central region of the Human Federation, on the peak of a giant life star. There were dozens of figures gathered in the hall of the Federation headquarters for an emergency meeting. Those who were qualified to participate in this meeting were all the primordial beings of the Human Federation. There were more than 40 of them. De, who had just broken through to the desolate supremacy realm, was also here. The other 6 ancient Barons Supremes of the Human Federation had yet to show their faces. Aside from De, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, Lord of the Sky-End Palace, and Qi Xiaohong, Lord of the Temple of Glory, were also seated in a corner of the Seat of Honor. Aside from them, there were 4 or 5 figures seated in the other 2 corners of the Seat of Honor. The 4 figures on the left appeared to be humans, but there was a thick feral presence emanating from their bodies. They were none other than the 4 primordial supremes of the Alliance. They were from the first universe's slave races, the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime. As for their cultivation level, they were all mid-level primordial supremacies. The weakest was at level 4, while the strongest was at level 6. The 5 figures on the right looked like humans as well, but the aura coming from their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of ferocious beasts, and it was very strong. They were the 5 desolate supremacies from the Star Alliance: the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring Lion. These 5 desolate supremacies were not weak. They were all primordial supremacies. The weakest was at level 1, while the strongest was at level 7. In the entire hall, there were 9 desolate supremacies. Usually, they would not gather together, but this time the news was too shocking. The 9 desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races moved immediately through the depths of the 3 great alliances. They built a wormhole and rushed over. As the meeting started, the faces of the Heavenly Law Alliance's higher-ups in the hall turned ugly. Their gloomy expressions were filled with resentment. This was especially the case for the Blood Cheelin and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who were gritting their teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. I didn't expect the master of the magic hall to be Yi Xian. Sigh. After a while, Dier was the first to speak. He sighed halfway through his sentence, revealing endless loneliness. Speaking of which, when we were on the immortal planet, I had a good relationship with that kid. I didn't expect to be played by him like this. If the news wasn't released by the clan leader of the Tianji clan, I wouldn't have believed it. Presumably, De was alerted when the mantis-winged beast was instantly controlled, so he sneaked into the rising sun forbidden land. He didn't expect to discover this shocking secret. However, since the master of the magic hall is Yi Xian, it makes sense that he was able to subdue the mantis-winged beast in an instant. After all, he once infiltrated the Tianji clan and even fooled De, who made him the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. He left behind a laughingstock. That guy must have killed an official member of the Tianji clan, taken their electronic consciousness, and refined an electronic doppelganger after mixing them together. He should be able to do this. At this point, Dier didn't say anything else. He turned to look at the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the hall, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. This was indeed a little strange. Not long ago, Dier had suffered a great loss at the hands of the master of the magic hall and lost 1/3 of the members of the machinery clan. Now that he knew that the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian and had been played for a fool, he should have been even more furious. However, he clearly had a feeling of incomparable certainty. In fact, the current Dier was indeed certain in his heart. Before he knew that the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, he had been filled with grief and indignation. The loss of 1/3 of the members of the machinery clan was extremely painful. However, now that he knew that the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, Dier was no longer worried. In fact, he was secretly delighted. This was because, in his opinion, the loss of 1/3 of the members of the machinery clan was only temporary in Yi Xian's hands. Soon, he would be able to take back even more, including everything that belonged to Yi Xian now. At that time, it would all fall into his hands. No one present knew about all of this. Even the immortal emperor only knew that Yi Xian's body contained a devouring system that was spread out by the emperor. However, the immortal emperor only knew a little about the true details of this devouring system. The atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. The other higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance turned to look at each other and took a deep look at Dier. They obviously felt that something was wrong, but they didn't ask further, as this wasn't appropriate. Soon, everyone put this matter to the back of their minds. When they thought of Yi Xian, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the blood-devouring war lion from the Star Alliance, they immediately gritted their teeth and spoke with hatred. I didn't expect that it was actually that guy who fooled us all. How despicable. New hatred and old hatred surged into my heart. I can't wait to tear him into pieces immediately. Now that I speak of it, I was once schemed against by him before I recovered from my injuries and emerged into the world. That fellow actually sent a drop of evil venom through the talisman marking chains of the nether furnace, and it almost poisoned me and my son to death. The last person to speak was the 9-headed blood dragon. It would have been better if he hadn't said these words. When he mentioned this matter, the scarlet unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile trembled in anger. The 9-headed blood dragon wasn't the only one who was harmed by the evil venom. Speaking of which, the scarlet unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile had suffered even greater losses. At that time, they had each sent a clone of their consciousness to follow the rune chain to the depths of the origin of all evil star domain. However, it was a pity that they didn't find Yi Xian. Now that they knew that the master of the magic hall was him, the resentment in their hearts could be imagined. On the side, the old monster Huang Zun from the 4 clans of the Alliance of 10,000 Clans, the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime also had extremely ugly expressions. Speaking of which, the first 3 clans among them had once formed an alliance with Yi Xian. However, in their opinion, just because of that relationship, Yi Xian shouldn't have fooled them like this. However, compared to the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the resentment in their hearts was obviously lighter. At this time, their minds were naturally stronger. After exchanging a look, they immediately reminded everyone, "Everyone, please calm down. Don't fall into Di's trap. Yes, we can't let Yi Xian and the Magic Hall go, but not now. We shouldn't be the first to stand out in this matter. Let the Tianji clan fight with him for a while first. This time, the magic hall has been slapped in the face. With Yi Xian's character, he definitely won't let this go. Yes. If there are no accidents, the war will break out soon. We'll just sit by and watch. We'll be happy and at ease. Depending on the situation, we can even launch a sneak attack on the forbidden land of Rising Sun in the later stages. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4880. Heaven's Legacy Race. Heaven's Legacy Star Zone. This star zone was extremely vast, spanning hundreds of billions of miles. Although there were countless abandoned stars, there weren't many life stars, which was why it wasn't chosen by the Great Five Alliance. Even some small forces and races didn't care about it. However, for the Heaven's Legacy race, this was the best paradise. In less than a year, as the Heaven's Legacy race arrived in this void fragment, countless mechanical beasts and intelligent robots began to transform this star zone. Now, this star zone had been transformed into a world of machines, and the surface of countless abandoned stars was filled with machines. Mechanical Giant City, the assembly line of intelligent robots and mechanical beasts. In the void, there were all kinds of mechanical beasts, and they were extremely ferocious. They covered the sky and earth, as if they had entered a vast ocean of mechanical creatures. The current Heaven's Legacy race was completely different from what it had been 100 years ago. There were more than 100 billion modified battleships. Among them, there were more than 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race, and they could transform into metal balls in the shape of stars or different mechanical beasts with different shapes at any time. There were only slightly more than 10 million people, which was not a large number. However, without exception, all of them were already above the undying level. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Universe Knights, close to 10,000 Universe Masters, close to 1,000 Universe Supremes, and close to 100 Primordial Great Beings. As for the number of Primordial Supreme Beings, it was still unknown, but they definitely existed. At least, when they rushed out of the wormhole and transformed into a giant demonic dragon in Heaven's Legacy City, they could vaguely sense a few auras of desolate supremes. Moreover, judging from the fact that Dee's clamworm avatar had the strength of a late 7th Order desolate venerable, the Heavenly Fate race probably had a lot of desolate venerables, and most of them were probably Dee's avatars. He was a mechanical life form, and he could transform into tens of thousands of clones. When he entered any mechanical or electronic device, it was as if he had an additional body. Even the higher-ups of the Heaven's Path Alliance in the void 100 billion miles away didn't dare to enter this place. But today, ever since the Heaven's Legacy race had established this star field as their headquarters, they had welcomed their first outsider. Moreover, this outsider didn't even bother to hide himself. Instead, he brazenly swaggered over from the distant void, Xiao. Along with an incomparably sharp piercing sound, a ray of light shot over, closing in the blink of an eye and directly charging into the star domain where the Tianji race was located. This figure was around 3 meters tall, and shockingly, it was the master of the Magic Hall, a ferocious ape with a tyrannical aura that overflowed into the sky. Roar, Walala! As he descended, the figure of the Magic Hall master abruptly stopped in midair. Then, there was the sound of splashing water. His entire body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech! The speed was too fast. Almost in the next instant, shocking roars and vicious howls came from 3 different directions in this vast sea of blood. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. A body of flesh and blood was a cosmic violent ape. The body of bones did not have any flesh and blood. It was only a purplish gold skeleton that emitted an endless ferocious aura. The body of the black fog was a shroud of black fog. Even the pair of eyes were merely 2 shrouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. In just a short breath, the 3 blood sea avatars had already condensed. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was shockingly at the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. And with the addition of the boundless chi and blood in his 60 million kilometer body, even if these 3 blood sea avatars had not reached the heavenly Tao realm, they were definitely the strongest existences below the heavenly Tao realm. Roar! At this moment, his figure had just leaped out of the blood sea when Bao Yuan, the blood sea doppelganger of the 3 blood sea doppelgangers, suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his finger and pointed forward. His voice was cold and filled with endless disdain. "De, come out and fight!" Swish! Swish! Before he finished speaking, the violent ape had already waved his hand again. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light shot out from his hand. The rays of light expanded in the wind, and in less than half a breath, they had already transformed into 2 giant mantis-winged warbeasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. Their basic forms were identical. They stood upright, and their mantis wings were like blades. They lined up in the void in front of them. Furthermore, these 2 mantis-winged battle beasts each had a different pattern in front of their chests, which looked like emblems. The emblem on the left was a purplish-gold void ladle. It was none other than the void heavenly king, and the emblem on the right was a blood-red blood mosquito beast. It was none other than the blood mosquito heavenly king. At this moment, 5 figures lined up in the void. They were all Yi Xian's avatars. As for their cultivation strength, they had all reached the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm, which was the half-step heavenly Tao realm. 5 half-step heavenly Tao realm experts lined up in a straight line across the void. Such a scene was truly too shocking. In this vast and boundless primordial world fragment, it had probably never happened before in countless years. With the appearance of this scene, the terrifying suppression of the 5 half-step heavenly Tao experts emanated. The entire stellar domain, spanning hundreds of billions of kilometers, instantly trembled a few times. Bam! 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 Almost in the next instant, in the nearby hundreds of millions of kilometers of the void, a few intelligent robots that were roaming the void could not withstand the terrifying suppression due to their weaker cultivation levels. They directly exploded and died. As for the more powerful mechanical war beasts, their fighting spirit was aroused. They were not true members of the Heaven's Legacy race, but advanced intelligent robots in the form of mechanical war beasts forged from the flesh and blood of primordial lifeforms. They did not have self-awareness. Therefore, even when facing the 5 powerful half-step heavenly Tao experts, they did not feel any fear. They did not have that awareness at all. Kachacha. Boom! At that moment, with the passive activation of their combat state, the countless mechanical war beasts of different sizes in the surrounding void began to move. Thunderous roars rang out one after another, accompanied by the sounds of machinery breaking in. The battleships in the surrounding void space all began to change in shape. At the same time, the various massive facilities inside were also shifting, and the molecular structure of the alloy materials was changing. Their density constantly increased. In just a few seconds, the massive interstellar battleships transformed into ferocious mechanical war beasts. They were of different sizes, but their cultivation auras were not weak. In this form, they could move and dodge. Compared to their battleship form, they were much more agile. They had lived for far too long. This scene was too shocking. As far as the eye could see, in a mechanical sea spanning hundreds of billions of kilometers, 5 massive half-step heavenly Tao experts with astounding auras stood in a row across the void. And around them was a mechanical sea filled with countless mechanical war beasts. It was a chilling sight. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. Chapter 4881. Are you hiding and not coming out? After roaring angrily, seeing that D did not appear, Yi Xian immediately sneered and roared again. In that case, I'll give you a greeting gift first. As soon as he finished speaking, the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, who were on the left and right sides of the 3 Blood Sea clones, immediately moved. The former took a step forward and raised his head to roar, "D, get out here!" As the angry roar sounded, the soldier ladle emblem on the Void Heavenly King's chest suddenly burned and shone brightly. At this moment, the tens of millions of soldier ladles in the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Army all moved under the command of the Void Heavenly King. There were a total of thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each of them, there were tens of thousands of void soldiers. The ladles guarded and activated the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle clan with all their might. These unique biological frequencies were uniformly transmitted out under the guidance of the ladles in each beehive node. Thousands of beehive nodes had thousands of biological waves that were like large rivers. All of them flowed along the pipeline, surging towards the core node of the core circle, and then gathered into one. In the end, with the sudden roar of the void heavenly king, this terrifying mysterious biological frequency, like a tsunami, instantly poured out from his mouth in all directions. Buzz! Buzz! An invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused dense and weak void tremors in the void. Its effect far exceeded the movement that a large number of void vibrators could cause at the same time. Silence. At this moment, there was even an illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Immediately after, the mysterious wave energy that had completely gathered into one instantly poured out. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of breaking through the air, which was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, instantly made everyone temporarily deaf. This feeling was far more shocking than the deafening sound of the huge explosion. In the distance, countless intelligent robots widened their eyes. In front of the void in their line of sight, there was clearly an invisible tide that was like an ocean in the starry sky. With the void heavenly king's angry roar, it burst out and turned into an earth-shattering nothingness. In an instant, the power completely enveloped the vast void hundreds of millions of miles in front of the void heavenly king. Chi-la-la! Boom! Rumble! The clear sound of ripping silk resounded like rain, and the vast void, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, was instantly torn apart inch by inch. A large amount of void turbulence shot out, and at some of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence was even more direct. It formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. The countless battleships and mechanical beasts that were originally in this area were crushed like paper under the impact of the endless storms raging in the void vortex. They were instantly reduced to ashes, to be more precise. The void heavenly monarch had only let out a single roar of anger, but the Heaven's legacy race had lost several billion battleships and mechanical warbeasts. This scene was like the might of the heavens wreaking havoc. Anyone who saw this would tremble in fear, but the loss of several billion warships and mechanical beasts was nothing to the Heaven's legacy race, whose mechanical army numbered more than 100 billion. The vast void that was cleared by the void heavenly king was quickly filled by a large number of mechanical beasts and battleships that swarmed in. Moreover, the Heaven's legacy race's mechanical army began its counterattack. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, countless earth-shattering roars resounded from all directions. All the mechanical beasts and battleships opened fire. Whoosh 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 and rumbling thunder resounded. Some opened the ship cannons, and countless ship cannons interweaved with energy beams. Some were the Heaven's legacy race army in the form of battle beasts, shooting out sharp blades and spikes that covered their bodies, launching physical attacks. There were even some battle beasts that rapidly transformed into giant metal balls like meteors. With the power to destroy the heavens and earth, they rumbled over, launching a suicide attack. This kind of attack covered the sky and earth in all directions, stretching hundreds of billions of kilometers. It was majestic and terrifying, but Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones were still towering and unmoving. His opponent was De, and he did not put this countless mechanical army in his eyes. Even the void heavenly monarch, who had just let out an earth-shattering roar, retreated. And the one who stepped out at this time was the blood mosquito heavenly monarch. In the chest area of the blood mosquito heavenly monarch's body was the blood mosquito battle armor. The color of the blood mosquito battle armor was a dark red that leaned toward black like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. There was indeed nothing unusual about the entire blood mosquito battle Hades. It was exactly the same as the other 3 battle Hades. However, the core node of the 9th circle on the inner side of the horn was different from the other thousands of beehive nodes. In front of this core node, The front half of this core node was densely packed with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node was like a giant alloy porcupine. The core node had a diameter of 3,000 meters. Although only the side facing the mouth of the horn was covered with alloy spikes, the number of spikes was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed. After the last modification, the total number had exceeded 100 billion. And the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking. They were several times harder than the main dragon bone material of the Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They were made by mixing some special mineral or crystal. Each spike was hundreds of meters long. If they were thrown out like battle spears with a certain speed, they could pierce through battleships, fortresses, and starry sky fortresses. It was simply like playing around. These tens of millions of special alloy spikes were tailor-made by the forging system according to a certain characteristic of the mosquito race. Among the 4 battle armors in the 4 heavenly monarchs' bodies, the Void battle armor had the power of the Void, the Weeping Soul battle armor had the power of the Void, and the Time battle armor was even more terrifying. It could release the tide of time related to the universe's time law. The power of these 3 battle armors was invisible. The Void battle armor only had a void ripple, and the Weeping Soul battle armor only had a terrifying cry that could destroy the soul. The tide of time activated by the Time battle armor was actually a kind of invisible law power. Only when it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light. Only the Blood Mosquito battle armor's attack should be related to the tens of millions of special alloy spikes. Among the 4 battle armors, it was the only one that had a physical attack mode. Roar! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At this moment, as Heavenly Monarch Blood Mosquito took a step forward, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his head and roared angrily. At the same time, countless densely packed tiny holes appeared in front of Heavenly Monarch Blood Mosquito's chest like a beehive. An invisible blood-colored mosquito spurted out of it, passing through the 3 blood sea clones and the huge body of Heavenly Monarch Blood Mosquito, and quickly radiated in all directions. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4882. The Blood Mosquito War Raja had 2 attack modes, the normal mode and the array mode. In the normal mode, the War Raja gathered the unique biological frequency of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts to form a powerful attack. It could cause all approaching attacks, including conventional physical attacks and unconventional energy attacks, to instantly retreat. Moreover, it was a backtracking in the enhanced state, as if it was repelled by an invisible shockwave. While in the array mode, the kinetic energy was the same, and there would also be an invisible shockwave formed. However, this attack mode had the addition of nearly 10 million special alloy spikes in front and on the side of the core beehive node. To put it bluntly, these special alloy spikes, with the unique enhanced power of the ferocious mosquito beast's biological frequency, were fired at the terrifying speed of ordinary naval cannons in one go. At this moment, as the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King stepped out, it raised its head and let out a shocking roar. In its chest, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the mosquito beasts flapping their wings instantly came out. The tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts inside the War Raja flapped their wings and roared at the same time. If they had not all restrained this high-frequency vibrating power and gathered together, gathering from the honeycomb nodes to the core node of the 9th ring, but spread out, this large area of the void would probably be disturbed and trembled violently at this moment. At this moment, if one could see the situation in the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King's chest, they would be able to see an invisible shockwave rushing out from the huge mouth of the Blood Mosquito War Raja. After the enhancement of the War Raja's special form, when it left the outer ring of the War Raja's largest diameter, this invisible shockwave had already blown out wrinkles in the void. It was extremely fast. When it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples similar to the fine fish scales on the water surface appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled tens of millions of miles. It faced the energy beams of the naval cannons that were shooting from all directions, as well as countless mechanical beasts, and came into contact with them head-on. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Under the invisible and weak blood-colored ripples, all the naval cannon's energy beams or mechanical beasts that came into contact with it were actually, without exception, all of them paused abruptly. Then, as if they had been affected by some kind of stronger reverse thrust, they all turned around and shot back. Moreover, they were shooting back in a state of continuous acceleration, at least twice as fast as when they came. Only in less than half a second, they arrived at the battleships and fortresses that they had just shot out. Those mechanical war beasts that had transformed into giant metal balls that looked like meteors had destroyed countless battleships and mechanical war beasts on their way back. Boom! Boom! Rumble. All of this was too shocking. Caught off guard, almost no warship or mech war beast could avoid this strange bombardment. Go! Within 10 billion miles, all the battleships, fortresses, and mechanical beasts exploded, turning into giant fireballs that illuminated a corner of the void. It was as if a large number of stars had self-detonated. The power was earth-shattering. This, with one strike, the area where the 5 half-step Heavenly Tao experts stood, within a radius of 10 billion kilometers, was instantly cleared. The number of battleships and mechanical war beasts destroyed in the Heavenly Legacy Race's mechanical army was even more shocking than when the Heavenly King of the Void had attacked earlier. There were at least 10 billion of them. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it happened in just a few dozen breaths. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones did not even move a single step. From beginning to end, only the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito each took a step forward, raised their heads and roared. Then, they each launched a large-scale attack. It was precisely because of these 2 attacks that the Heavenly Legacy Race's army, which had swarmed in from all directions as if intending to drown out the 5 half-step Heavenly Tao experts, had been instantly emptied of tens of billions of li of space in an instant. Twice, in such a vast void, all the Heavenly Legacy Race battleships, fortresses, and various mechanical war beasts were destroyed without exception. Short in just 15 minutes, the losses were close to 20 billion wrong. The Heavenly Legacy Race's battleships and mechanical war beasts were indeed not real clansmen. Moreover, as if they did not cost money, they could have as many as they wanted. After all, in this vast star domain that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers, countless abandoned planets had now been turned into the assembly lines of the Heavenly Legacy Race's battleships, fortresses, and mechanical war beasts. Now, in just a few dozen breaths, nearly 20 billion battleships, fortresses, and mechanical war beasts had been destroyed. This level of loss was still somewhat unbearable for them. Although the current Heavenly Legacy Race was far from what it had been in the past, it had only been less than 2 years since they arrived in this fragment of void. Their foundation was still somewhat shallow, and their foundation was not very rich. They definitely could not withstand this kind of terrifying loss, and moreover, they had paid such a heavy price, but this time only 2 of the 5 terrifying half-step Heavenly Tao existences had each taken a step forward, raised their heads, and roared angrily. The 3 Blood Sea clones had not even made a move, and their figures did not even sway. This was even more embarrassing. Even if the Heavenly Legacy Race's clan leader, DE, did not care at all about the loss of combat strength from these non-clansmen, when faced with such an awkward battle situation, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold himself back. It was impossible for him to continue calmly sitting on the fishing platform. Yi Xian was well aware of this point. The reason why he did not immediately search for DE's whereabouts after arriving, and instead asked the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito to take action, was because he had no other choice. DE was a mechanical and electronic life form, not a living creature of flesh and blood. He did not have divine sense. Even if he used divine sense and spiritual power to search, he would not find anything. Moreover, he could even enter any mechanical or electronic device, which was really too unpredictable. Rather than spend the effort to search for him, it was better to let the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito use this kind of area of effect attack to wreak havoc in the entire Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp. This kind of method could force DE to show himself. Even if DE saw through Yi Xian's purpose, it did not matter. This was the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp, and DE was the passive party. As long as he did not show himself, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito would continue to wreak havoc. But Therefore, this was an overt scheme. Di had no choice but to give in sooner or later and be forced to show himself. Very obviously, Yi Xian's plan was correct, because after these two waves of terrifying attacks, a shocking roar suddenly came from the farthest part of the vast star field 200 to 300 billion kilometers away. Yi Xian's purpose had been achieved. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4883. That's right. As the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito race made their moves one after another, they cleared the surrounding tens of billions of miles of void space twice in a short span of time, destroying close to 20 billion battleships, fortresses, and various mechanical beasts of the Heavenly Fate race. The Heavenly Fate race leader, DE, who had been quiet all this while, could no longer sit still. He was forced to show himself. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the farthest part of the vast star domain 200 to 300 billion miles away. As this roar sounded, a ray of light shot over from the end of the line of sight. The speed was extremely fast. Along the way, countless Heavenly Fate race battleships, fortresses, and mechanical beasts of various shapes and sizes all moved aside, making a wide star path. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 billion miles away from the other side. In the void space suddenly came to an abrupt stop. It was a gigantic mechanical planet that was 100 million miles in size. It was several times larger than Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones. It was the core of the Heavenly Fate race that had been reborn and was far from what it used to be, the Heavenly Fate City. As the core of the Heavenly Fate race, the Heavenly Fate City already had 2 forms before the Heavenly Fate race moved away from the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies. 1. The first form was this gigantic mechanical planet battle form. It was like the largest star fortress that could move at will and was extremely agile. The second form was to transform into a mechanical planet in the void. That was the normal form. And now, after many years of modification by DE, in addition to the original 2 forms, the current Heavenly Fate City had 2 more battle head forms. They could transform into a demonic dragon and a demonic phoenix. Buzz, Kachacha at this moment, as the Heavenly Fate City rumbled over. The metal ball that had stopped abruptly in the void space 100 billion miles ahead seemed to come alive. An extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from within. It was also accompanied by densely packed clicking sounds, as if countless mechanical gears were rotating and grinding together. Moreover, as the clicking sounds came from all directions, this gigantic metal ball was also rapidly changing form. There were some protrusions extending from every part of the sphere. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a green-black demonic dragon. His body was extremely large, nearly 200 million kilometers long. Compared to the size of the sphere from before, even Yi Xian, who was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even stranger was that this greenish-black demonic dragon was also emitting a dazzling metallic luster. This was clearly a metallic demonic dragon made of synthetic metals. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost as soon as the demonic metal dragon appeared, countless air-piercing sounds rang out in the void hundreds of millions of miles away in front of them. Looking up, from the ferocious and incomparably huge bloody mouth of the demonic metal dragon, suddenly, beams of light rushed out one after another. Their momentum was majestic, and their number was overwhelming. There were at least 10 million of them. This scene was like the demonic dragon spitting out pearls, beautiful and magnificent. And these beams of light that came out of the demonic dragon's mouth were initially small metal balls. Their surfaces were suffused with metallic luster of different colors, but very soon, these extremely small metal balls came to an abrupt stop in the void. Similarly, there was also a low buzzing sound and the clicking sound of machinery grinding together coming from within. Ling! A shocking scene appeared. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the shape of the metal balls also rapidly changed. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, they had transformed into different forms of space beasts. Their bodies were tens of millions of miles long, as big as small stars. As for their forms, without exception, they were all strange and ferocious. More than 10 million huge mechanical beasts, each with different characteristics of a beast. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster, as if they were mechanical beasts of different forms. In this void that was hundreds of billions of miles away where the Tianji clan's base was located, there was originally a large number of mechanical beasts, so many that it was impossible to count. Just the 2 attacks from Void Sky Emperor and Blood Mosquito Sky Emperor had destroyed close to 2 million Tianji clan battle forces, and there were at least a few billion different forms of mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts that appeared now were completely different from those mechanical beasts. This is more than 10 million mechanical beasts, and the auras they emitted from their bodies were incomparably terrifying. They were at least at the Emperor level or above, and basically they were all at the Emperor level. And some of the even larger beings emitted auras that were at the Universe Supreme level, Universe Master level, and Universe Supreme level. No, that's not right. These 10 million mechanical beasts were the official members of the Tianji clan that truly possessed electronic consciousness. Just like DE and the 100 million or so members of the Tianji clan under D-Air, they were all true mechanical electronic life forms. At this very moment, as these 10 million mechanical beasts changed their forms and appeared, the countless battleships, fortresses, and mechanical beasts in the surrounding void quietened down. They gathered into various mechanical armies, but they didn't dare to approach. Instead, they all retreated to the periphery of the void 100 billion miles away. While within the inner void of the 100 billion miles, Yi Xian's 5 bodies stood in the central region. That's right. On the other side, over 10 million automaton battle beasts of varying sizes, all over 10 million miles in size, all at least at the Emperor level, Undying level, were gathered together malevolently, occupying a huge space as they spread out. In the center of this terrifying army of mechanical battle beasts, a black metallic demonic dragon that was 200 million miles long was hovering in the void. Its body was moving slowly, emitting a formless pressure. Although it was extremely obscure, it wasn't any weaker than any of the 5 bodies of Yi Xian in the void. It was obvious that the metal demon dragon's cultivation level had reached the 9th stage supreme level of the primordial great being. Furthermore, considering that the metal demon dragon was originally formed from the Tianji city, its internal space was vast and boundless like a small world. Therefore, there was definitely more than one body of DE in its body. Therefore, although the cultivation level aura emitted from the metal demon dragon was at the 9th stage supreme level of the primordial great being, it definitely didn't represent just one half-step heavenly being. There were at least a few of them,